Hello, my friend. May peace be upon your evening tonight. Thank you for stopping by this channel. If this story brings you a little warmth and quiet joy, please remember to subscribe so we can meet again each night to share a soft voice, a calm heart, and a few gentle moments in the light of God's love. Tonight, I'd like to tell you a story about faith, kindness, and the quiet strength that lives inside every soul who dares to trust in the Lord. Outside, the wind has grown quiet. The night settles softly over the rooftops, and a faint light flickers through the curtains, golden and calm, like a candle burning behind glass. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell hums a slow, familiar tone. You can almost feel the years hidden inside that sound, the prayers whispered, the tears dried, the hope that never left. Inside this small room, an old armchair faces the window. The chair creaks a little, worn smooth by time and memory. Someone sits there tonight listening, not waiting for anyone in particular, just listening. To the sound of life breathing gently beyond the window, to the rhythm of the world as it exhales another day. There is peace in these small moments you see. Peace not found in loud triumphs or bright victories, but in the quiet knowing that we are still here and that God has not forgotten us. He never does. When I was younger, I thought peace was something we had to chase, something far away, hidden in the next achievement or the next answered prayer. But as the years passed, I learned that peace often comes quietly like dew before dawn. It doesn't announce itself. It just arrives when we finally stop running. If you close your eyes for a moment, you can almost feel it. The weight of your hands resting in your lap, the slow, patient rise and fall of your breath, the warmth of the room wrapping around you like an old blanket. And in that stillness, if you listen carefully enough, there's a whisper. Not from the world outside, but from the heart within, a gentle reminder that the Lord is near. He does not rush, he does not shout, he does not demand. He simply waits beside the tired, the worried, the lonely, those who still dare to sit in silence and hope. Tonight, as you rest here, maybe you too have carried a long day behind you, full of noise, full of questions. Perhaps your heart feels heavy and you don't even know why. That's all right. You don't have to fix it all. Not tonight. Just let the stillness hold you. Let this soft hour become your prayer. Let the light of the Lord, quiet and kind, find its way through the cracks of your weary soul. I've seen many nights like this, when the air hums with gentle fatigue and the world finally exhales. In those moments, I often think of the verse, "Be still and know that I am God." It's not a command to stop moving. It's an invitation, a tender call to trust, to believe that even when the road grows dark, even when the body aches, the heart can still rest, because we are held by hands greater than our fears. And maybe that's the miracle we forget most often, that in every breath we take, the Lord is already there, keeping rhythm with our lungs, whispering, "You are safe, my child. You are loved." So tonight, as you listen, let the sound of your own breathing remind you, peace is not somewhere out there. It's right here, in the room with you, in the quiet presence of God. If you're listening to this before sleep, may this story cradle you softly, like the way a father tucks his child in. Tomorrow will have its troubles, but tonight is for resting in grace. And if the wind outside sighs once more before you close your eyes, think of it as heaven's lullaby, a reminder that you are never alone. Peace be with you, my friend, and may the Lord's light, gentle, faithful, and everlasting, rest upon your heart as you drift into sleep. When the heart stops rushing, there's a kind of silence that only comes after a long day. Not the heavy kind that feels empty, but the soft kind, like a gentle sigh at the end of a prayer. The world slows down. The clock ticks without hurry. Even the air feels slower, as if it knows the heart needs time to rest. A small lamp burns beside the bed, its light falling over an old wooden table. There's a cup of tea there, still warm, and beside it a worn Bible, its pages folded and loved. Someone has read those pages for many years. You can almost see the fingerprints on the corners, the signs of hands that turned them again and again when words were hard to find. Outside the window, a few leaves drift past in the evening breeze. A dog barks far away, a lonely sound that somehow makes the night feel fuller. Somewhere, a train passes in the distance, and for a moment, everything stands still. It is in moments like these that the Lord often comes to us, not with thunder, but with quiet understanding. He knows that sometimes we have run too fast, spoken too quickly, carried too much. He knows the heart grows tired before the body does. So he waits. He waits until we stop running. He waits until the noise in our minds slows down enough for his whisper to be heard. The older I grow, the more I realize that peace rarely comes when I try to force it. It arrives when I let go, when I stop trying to make everything perfect. Life doesn't need to be perfect to be holy. It only needs to be honest and open and still enough for grace to enter. There was a woman I once knew, an old neighbor with silver hair that shimmered like the moonlight on winter snow. Every morning she sat by her window for half an hour before speaking to anyone. No phone, no music, just her and her breath, her and the quiet. When I asked what she did in that silence, she smiled and said, "I let my heart slow down enough so the Lord can catch up to me." That has stayed with me all my life, because that's what faith often feels like, not chasing, not proving, not performing, just slowing down enough for love to reach you. We live in a world that rushes even when we don't have anywhere to go. We rush to decide, to fix, to understand. But the soul moves differently. It takes its time. It listens to the wind. It listens to memory. It listens to God. And sometimes when the noise finally fades, the smallest things begin to shine. The ticking of a clock becomes holy. The way the light touches the floor feels sacred. Even the sound of your own breathing becomes a prayer. There's a verse I often remember at night. "In returning and rest, you shall be saved. In quietness and in trust shall be your strength." That is from Isaiah, and it feels like it was written for moments like this one, when the world tells us to hurry, but God tells us to rest. You don't need to do more tonight. You don't have to figure everything out. The heart that trusts doesn't rush. It simply rests, knowing that love is already on the way. Maybe that's why the Lord made nightfall, not just for the body to sleep, but for the soul to remember how to be still. When the sun goes down, all our efforts fade into shadow, and we are left with what truly matters, His quiet presence. So let this be your prayer tonight. Not words, not recitations, but a breath of surrender. Lord, I'm done running, you lead. I'll follow one slow step at a time. And in that moment, the heart stops rushing. It doesn't stop beating, it simply starts trusting again. And that, dear friend, is how peace begins to bloom. So rest now. Let the sound of this story fade into the soft rhythm of your breathing. If there is a burden pressing on you tonight, let it rest in God's hands. If there's a worry you can't resolve, let it drift with the wind beyond your window. Tomorrow will have its own rhythm, its own mercy. But tonight belongs to peace. And if this little moment of calm has brought a touch of warmth to your heart, perhaps you might stay with us, so that each evening we can meet again in this same quiet light, to rest, to breathe, and to remember God is near. A gentle faith. There's something beautiful about quiet faith, the kind that doesn't need to prove itself, that doesn't shout or argue, that simply is. It lingers in the air like the soft light before sunrise, when the world is still half asleep and grace feels near enough to touch. I once met a man in a small countryside church long ago. He wasn't a preacher or a singer, just a farmer who came early every Sunday. He'd sit in the last pew by the door, remove his hat, and bow his head before the service even began. When I asked him why he came so early, he smiled and said, "So the Lord doesn't have to wait for me." There was no grand sermon in his words, no theology, just humility, pure and simple. Faith, I learned, doesn't always begin with miracles. It often begins with manners, a bowed head, a quiet thank you, a gentle heart that remembers to listen. We've all seen faith dressed in noise, big voices, loud declarations, bright lights. But for many souls, especially those who have lived long and seen much, faith softens with time. It becomes quieter, more inward, more tender, like the hands of an old woman lighting a candle before dawn, trembling but steady in purpose. Perhaps this is what Jesus meant when he said that faith as small as a mustard seed can move mountains. It doesn't need to be large or loud. It only needs to live, to breathe quietly inside the heart, glowing softly when the world grows dark. Sometimes that gentle faith shows itself in the smallest ways. In the neighbor who leaves bread on your doorstep when you're sick. In the woman who prays for others but never mentions her own pain. In the man who forgives, though no one says sorry. In the grandmother who hums old hymns while washing dishes, whispering each word like a secret she's carried for decades. These are the saints of the everyday. Their names may never appear in books, but heaven knows them well. For in their small acts of kindness the world is quietly redeemed. A gentle faith doesn't remove hardship. It doesn't erase the years or the tears, but it gives the soul a place to rest. A soft landing, a calm assurance that whatever happens, God is near. And when doubt comes, because it always does, gentle faith doesn't fight it with noise. It simply says, "Lord, I don't understand, but I still trust you." Then it carries on doing the next small good thing, folding a blanket, calling a friend, saying grace before a simple meal. That is how heaven moves on earth, not through thunder, but through tenderness. I once watched an elderly couple walking down a quiet lane one evening. The man's hand trembled as he held his wife's arm, steadying her with each uneven step. They didn't say a word. They didn't need to. Their silence was its own hymn, the kind that angels might hum when no one's listening. Faith, I thought, looks exactly like that. It's love that stays when strength has gone. It's kindness that endures even when no one sees. It's believing that each breath is borrowed from mercy. When you live long enough, you realize that storms will come no matter how you pray. But a gentle faith teaches you how to stand in the rain, not by fighting the storm, but by lifting your face toward heaven and trusting that the same God who sends the rain also knows when to send the rainbow. So tonight, if you find yourself tired, unsure or lonely, let your faith be gentle. Let it sit quietly beside you, like an old friend who doesn't need to speak. Let it remind you that belief isn't about certainty. It's about closeness. About walking through each day with a hand you cannot see, but somehow still feel. And when morning comes, that same gentle faith will rise with you again. It will whisper to your heart before you open your eyes. You are loved. You are kept. You are never alone. That's all faith ever needs to say. So before you drift to sleep, let that whisper rest deep within you. Let it be your lullaby tonight. And if these quiet words have brought even a little peace to your heart, I invite you to stay with us, to join this circle of gentle stories where each night we pause together, breathe together, and remember God's love is still here, softly holding the world in his hands. The light of early morning. Before the world wakes, before the traffic begins, there is a fragile hour when everything seems to hold its breath. The air is still cool, the sky a soft grey blue, and somewhere on the horizon light begins to bloom. Faint at first, then steady, then golden. It's the hour when life stirs quietly, and the soul, if it listens closely enough, can hear God whisper good morning. In a small town by the fields, an old man steps out onto his porch. He moves slowly, careful not to startle the stillness. The wood creaks beneath his feet. His breath fogs slightly in the dawn air. He pulls his sweater tighter and looks toward the east. The sun is still hiding, but its promise glows on the edge of the world. There's a cup of coffee in his hand, black and steaming. He doesn't rush to drink it, he just holds it, letting the warmth seep through his fingers. The birds haven't started singing yet, but he knows they will. They always do. There's comfort in that certainty, in knowing that some things still happen exactly when they should. He's lived many mornings like this, too many to count. Once, when he was younger, mornings were a race. Wake early, work fast, fill every minute with purpose. There was always something to fix, something to prove. But years have a way of teaching patience. Somewhere along the line, the mornings became less about what he could do and more about what he could receive. Now, standing in the cool dawn, he feels something sacred in the quiet rhythm of breathing. Inhale, exhale, a small prayer, all by itself. No words, no requests, just gratitude for another sunrise, another chance to begin again. The light slowly grows, sliding across the fields. It touches the tops of trees, spills over fences, glints on dew-soaked grass. The old man watches as everything turns gold. Even the cracks in the porch boards seem to shine. He smiles, thinking how generous God is with light. He gives it to everyone, the just and the unjust, the busy and the weary alike. Somewhere inside, the kettle whistles softly. The house smells of toast and something sweet, perhaps the neighbor's cinnamon bread baking early for her grandchildren. The scent drifts through the air, and for a moment, the man feels a warmth deeper than his coffee. It's the warmth of belonging, of knowing that even in a quiet corner of the world, he is seen. He remembers a verse his late wife used to whisper every morning while tying her apron. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. She believed that verse with all her heart. And even now, years after she's gone, he finds her faith alive in these early hours. In the golden mist, in the hush of the trees, in the way light finds its way into every shadow. He sets his cup down, folds his hands, and closes his eyes. "Thank you," he murmurs, almost too softly for the air to hear. "Thank you for today, for breath, for light, for memory, for you." And as he opens his eyes again, the sun finally breaks the horizon. It's not loud, not dramatic, just a slow unfurling of brightness, the kind that doesn't blind but blesses, the kind that seeps gently into everything until even the smallest corner glows. The light lands on his face and he feels young for a moment, the same way he did long ago faith was something he was still discovering. It's strange, he thinks, how time wears the body thin but makes the soul wide. The older he gets, the less he fears the unknown, because every morning reminds him light always finds a way back. He takes another sip of coffee. The warmth is familiar now. A bird begins to sing, hesitant at first, then clear and true. Soon others join in, sparrows, finches, unseen voices weaving praise into the morning air. The old man smiles. "You're right," he whispers to the birds. "We're all just doing what we were made to do, waking, singing, trusting." And in that gentle thought, something sacred settles over him. It's not revelation, not thunder, just peace, pure and deep, the kind that says, you don't have to have it all figured out. Just be here, just see, just breathe. He stays there for a long while, long after the light has filled the sky, until the world around him stirs awake. Footsteps, laughter, the clatter of breakfast plates. The ordinary day has begun, yet within that ordinariness lies something holy, the miracle of another beginning. Before stepping back inside, he glances once more toward the horizon. The sun is high now, bold and bright. He nods, a quiet amen escaping his lips. Faith, he thinks, is a lot like this light. It doesn't demand attention, it simply returns, again and again. Steady, gentle, faithful. And that is enough. If you're listening to this now, perhaps with your own cup of coffee or tea beside you, take a breath. Let the morning light, even if only imagined, rest upon your face. Because somewhere in every sunrise there is a message written just for you. You are seen, you are loved, you are held. And that, dear friend, is the quiet promise that begins each day. If this moment of stillness brings you peace, remember to stay with us for the next story, where we'll keep walking together, one quiet step closer to the heart of God. The wind through the window. Sometimes God speaks not through words, but through the smallest things. A sound, a scent, a quiet stirring in the air. And if you've ever sat near an open window on a gentle day, you know that the wind can feel like a prayer you didn't know you were whispering. It's late afternoon, the kind of afternoon that feels soft and golden, when the sun begins to bend, pouring warm light through lace curtains and across wooden floors. Dust motes float lazily in the glow, drifting like tiny worlds of light. Somewhere outside, leaves rustle, as if they're speaking to one another in the language of grace. A woman sits by the window, her hands resting on an old quilt spread across her lap. The quilt is faded in places, patched and repaired, like her life, worn but still holding warmth. The air moves slowly through the open window, brushing against her hair, bringing with it the smell of lilacs and freshly cut grass. She closes her eyes and listens. The wind hums against the house, weaving through the cracks, carrying whispers from the world beyond her porch. She can hear faint laughter from children down the street, the creak of a gate, the sigh of branches swaying against the evening sky. There's something holy in that sound, something steady, faithful, alive. And as she listens, her thoughts begin to quiet. She remembers a verse her grandmother once told her when she was a girl. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. Those words have stayed with her for decades. Back then, she didn't understand them. She wanted faith to be something she could hold, something she could explain. But life has a way of teaching the soul what words never can. Now, sitting by that window, she finally understands. The Spirit moves like this wind, invisible, gentle, free. It doesn't rush, it doesn't demand. It simply comes, bringing peace in ways that can't be measured or named. For a long while she just breathes, the rhythm of her heart matching the rhythm of the breeze. She thinks of the years behind her, the joy, the loss, the people she's loved and let go. There are faces she still misses, voices she still hears in her dreams. But the ache is softer now. The wind has carried it somewhere far away, to a place where sorrow becomes song. The curtain flutters slightly, brushing her cheek like a tender hand. She smiles. It feels like God is near, not as a faraway mystery, but as a quiet presence in the room. And maybe that's how he comes most often, not in miracles that shake the sky, but in moments that barely make a sound. The kettle in the kitchen begins to hum, and she rises slowly to pour herself a cup of tea. The floorboards creak under her slippers. The house feels alive, full of its own kind of music. She brings the cup back to the window, and steam curls up into the golden air. She thinks of how many winds have passed through this same window. Seasons of rain, storms that rattled the panes, summer breezes that carried the scent of roses. Each one came and went, and still the house stood. Still the window opened. Still she sat here, waiting, listening. That, she realizes, is faith. Opening the window again, even after the storm. The tea cools in her hands, but she doesn't drink it yet. The sky outside is changing color, from gold to amber, then to a soft violet. A single bird calls in the distance, its voice clear and solitary. The sound drifts on the wind like a hymn written just for her. And in that simple beauty she feels her heart swell with gratitude. Not for anything grand or new, but for the quiet fact that life continues, that God's breath still moves through the world, stirring the trees, filling her lungs. She whispers a few words into the wind, not sure if they are prayer or thank you. Perhaps they are both. Then slowly she leans back in her chair, the quilt slipping slightly from her knees. Her eyes grow heavy, but not from weariness, from peace. The air brushes her face again, soft and kind, like the way a mother smooths a child's hair before sleep. And she thinks, maybe heaven feels like this, not far away, not unreachable, but as near as the next breath. As twilight settles, the wind changes once more, gentler now, like a blessing being spoken over the house. The woman smiles, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she says, "Thank you for staying." The curtain lifts once more, then falls back into stillness. Outside, the trees sway a little, as if bowing in response. The world keeps moving slowly, gracefully, as the spirit moves, unseen but never absent. And there, in that small room, the evening becomes holy. If you've felt the calm of this moment, the gentle whisper of faith in the wind, stay with us. Each story is another quiet step together, another open window where God's peace can enter. He knows your name. There are days when the world feels impossibly wide, when faces pass without meaning, and even familiar streets seem distant. You might walk through a crowd and feel unseen, or sit by a window and wonder if anyone remembers you at all. The phone stays silent. The mail brings only bills. Evening comes early, and yet there is a truth that lives quietly beneath all that emptiness, a truth as old as time itself. You are known, not by chance, not as one among billion, but by name, by heart, by soul. Somewhere beyond the veil of the sky, the one who shaped the mountains and set the stars in their places knows exactly who you are. He knows your laughter, your tears, your smallest dreams. And when the world forgets, he remembers, always. Tonight, as dusk folds itself around the earth, an old street lamp flickers to life outside a little house on a quiet road. Inside, a man sits at his kitchen table. The table is old, scarred by time, its wood polished smooth by years of meals and memories. On it rests a single candle, a cup of tea, and a stack of unopened letters. He doesn't expect anyone to write. He keeps the letters for the return addresses, bits of handwriting that once meant something. He reads the names more than the words, because names carry warmth. Names make the world feel smaller, kinder, real. He looks toward the window, where his reflection meets the darkness outside. For a moment, he sees himself not as the years have made him, weary, lined, quiet, but as he once was, a boy running barefoot through summer grass, his mother calling his name from the porch. That sound, his name spoken with love, lives somewhere deep inside him still. And suddenly he wonders, does God call me that way too? The thought lingers like a soft flame. He whispers into the silence, not quite sure to whom he speaks. Do you still remember me, Lord? The wind shifts outside, and through the half-open window comes the faint sound of leaves brushing the roof. It's such a small sound, but it carries something gentle, almost like an answer. In the stillness, he remembers a verse he heard long ago in church, back when he was young enough to fidget on wooden pews and trace the lines of the hymn book. Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. He repeats it under his breath, once, twice, slowly. I have called you by name. The words feel alive again, not as history, but as promise. He closes his eyes and something within him loosens. The loneliness doesn't vanish, but it softens, like frost melting in the morning sun. Because if God still knows his name, then he's not invisible, not forgotten, not lost in the noise of the world. And maybe, just maybe, every quiet moment of his life has been a kind of conversation. Every sigh a wordless prayer, every heartbeat a whisper returning to heaven. He sits there for a long while, the candle burning low. Shadows play gently on the wall, and the room fills with a kind of golden stillness. He thinks of the many names God must know, billions upon billions, and yet somehow he remembers his. How could that be? And yet, isn't that love itself, infinite, but still personal, vast, but never distant? He opens his Bible, its pages soft from years of use. Inside he finds a note in his late wife's handwriting, tucked between psalms. He never forgets his children. He touches the ink with trembling fingers. The letters feel alive, carrying her faith across time. He smiles a small, honest smile. She was right, he whispers. You never forget. Outside, the wind quiets. The candle flickers once, then steadies. He thinks of all the times he thought he was praying into emptiness, all the nights he spoke into darkness and heard nothing in return. But maybe silence was not the absence of God. Maybe it was the sound of him. Listening, the old man leans back in his chair. The night hums softly around him. Crickets, the creak of wood, the gentle sigh of air through the window. He feels his heartbeat slow, steady, calm. You know my name, he says quietly. That's enough. He lets those words rest in the air for a while, like a melody meant for one listener only. Then, with a weary but peaceful breath, he stands, blows out the candle and walks toward the bedroom. The last glow fades, but the peace remains, and in that simple darkness, unseen but certain, the whisper comes again. Not from the wind this time, but from deep within the heart. I have called you by name. You are mine. If this quiet story has reminded you that you are not forgotten, that God still knows your name, stay with us. Each night brings another soft reminder of his love, steady as the stars above. garden of memories. The garden is quiet this morning. Dew clings to every leaf like tiny jewels, and the air smells of earth and rain. Somewhere nearby a robin sings, not loudly, just enough to remind the world that morning has come again. The sun is still low, soft and kind, painting everything in a pale golden light. She walks slowly along the stone path, her steps careful in the damp ground. The garden has grown wild over the years. The roses stretch too far. The lavender leans toward the fence, and the ivy has found its way up the wall. But she doesn't mind. Wild things she's learned often bloom the most honestly. In her hands she carries a small tin watering can. It's dented and old, its handle smooth from use. She fills it from the rain barrel and pours gently over the marigolds, the same flowers her husband once planted decades ago. He said they were sunshine that never fades. She smiles at the thought, hearing his voice echo softly in her memory. Calm, sad, loving. The years have taken many things, but not the sound of his voice. It lives here in this garden, woven into every leaf and the wind stirs the roses. It rests on her shoulders like sunlight, soft and steady. "Thank you," she murmurs, "for letting me still feel him near." There's no voice in reply, no miracle, only the gentle sound of the wind moving through the branches. But in that sound she senses something real, presence, comfort, love. Faith, she thinks, is a lot like tending a garden. You plant, you water, you wait. Some days the soil is dry, the growth invisible. Other days life surprises you. A new bloom, a sprig of green where you thought nothing could grow. The work never ends, but neither does the beauty. When her knees begin to ache, she sits back on the wooden bench beneath the willow tree. The bench is weathered and cracked, but strong. She remembers sitting here with her husband on warm evenings, their hands folded together in silence as the world settled into dusk. They didn't talk much in those moments. They didn't need to. After so many years, love had learned the language of quiet. She gazes toward the far corner of the garden where a small wooden cross stands among the roses. His name is carved there, faint now, but still legible. She reaches for it sometimes, tracing each letter like a prayer. Today she only looks. "You're still here?" she says softly. "Just in another way." A gentle breeze stirs, carrying with it the scent of rosemary and the faint sound of chimes from a distant church. She listens, letting the notes drift through her, tender, silver, eternal. It strikes her that heaven is closer than most people think. Not a place far beyond reach, but a nearness, a breath, a memory, a light that never lives. Perhaps every garden, every quiet morning is a doorway to it. She sits for a long time, watching the light shift and shimmer through the branches. Bees hum lazily. A sparrow lands on the fence post. The world moves in perfect rhythm, slow, steady, alive. For a moment she forgets where the years have gone. She forgets her age, her aches, her losses. She feels only the pulse of life. Simple, holy, still beautiful. She whispers again, "Thank you, Lord, for the years, for the love, for the mornings that keep coming." And in the hush that follows, something within her, something tired and tender, begins to rest. She realizes she doesn't need to hold on so tightly to memory. She can let it breathe, let it live, because love never really leaves. It just changes shape. The garden around her glows brighter as the sun climbs higher. She smiles, her eyes shining with peace. "We'll meet again," she says quietly, "when the lilies bloom forever." Then she stands, brushes the soil from her hands, and heads back toward the house. Behind her, the breeze moves through the roses once more, and for a moment it sounds almost like a reply. If this story touched something gentle in your heart, stay with us. Each evening brings another quiet step through faith, memory, and the comforting love of God that never fades. When God is silent. There are moments in every life when prayer feels like a stone dropped into deep water. It disappears without a sound. We wait for ripples, for answers, for signs, but nothing comes. Only silence. And in that silence, the heart begins to wonder, did he hear me? Does he still care? Has heaven turned its face away? It's a hard kind of quiet, not the peaceful kind that rests the soul, but the aching kind that tests it. One evening, a man sat alone in the pew of a dimly lit church. The candles had burned low, their flames trembling like tired hearts. He had come there night after night, always with the same prayer. He prayed for healing, for understanding, for something he couldn't even name, but every night ended the same way, with the sound of his own breathing and the echo of unanswered words. Tonight was no different. He bowed his head and whispered, "Lord, are you still there?" No answer, only the creak of the old wooden pew and the whisper of the wind outside. He waited a little longer, hoping for a feeling, a sign, a whisper, anything. But the silence stayed, and in that stillness, he felt a kind of sorrow that words cannot hold. He thought of all the stories in Scripture, how God spoke in burning bushes, parted seas, raised the dead. Why then did he stay quiet now? But as the man sat there, a strange peace began to rise, quiet as dawn. It wasn't the answer he wanted, but it was something deeper. He realized that perhaps the silence was not emptiness, but invitation. Maybe God wasn't ignoring him at all. Maybe he was asking him to listen differently. Because faith is not only hearing God's voice, it's trusting his presence when we cannot. He thought of Job, who waited through long nights of pain and questions, of Mary, who carried the Son of God in her womb and still walked through uncertainty, of Jesus himself praying in Gethsemane, alone, unheard, yet still saying, not my will but yours. Perhaps the man thought, God's silence is not absence, it's mystery, a kind of holy stillness that calls us to trust beyond what we understand. He opened his eyes and looked toward the altar. The last candle was almost gone now, its flame low but steady. He stared at it for a long time, and then he noticed something. The wax that melted drop by drop was slowly forming a small pool of light around its base. The candle was giving itself away to make the darkness visible, and suddenly it made sense. Maybe that's what prayer does too. Even when we think nothing's happening, something is. Something quiet, hidden, sacred. The soul is being reshaped in the silence. He took a deep breath and whispered once more, but this time his words were different. "Even if you don't speak, I'll still stay here." And that was when he felt it. Not a voice, not a sign, but warmth, a peace that came without reason. It filled the empty spaces of the room, the corners of his mind, the ache in his chest. He realized that God had been there all along, not speaking because he was listening, not answering because his very presence was the answer. He sat there until the candle finally went out. Darkness filled the room, but he wasn't afraid. In the dark, he could still sense the flame's warmth lingering in the air, like a memory of light. Outside, night had deepened. The churchyard was bathed in moonlight. He stepped out into the cool air and tilted his face toward the sky. No words left his lips. No miracle appeared, but his heart whispered a truth he hadn't felt in a long time. You are still here. The stars seemed to shimmer a little brighter at that moment. The wind brushed past him. Not loud, just enough to feel. And he understood that silence, too, is one of God's languages. The one that speaks to the soul more than to the ear. Some prayers are not meant to change the world outside us. They're meant to change the world within. And sometimes the holiest sound is not the voice of God, but the quiet he leaves behind, the quiet where we finally remember how to trust. He walked home under the starlit sky. The road was empty, but his heart was not. Each step felt lighter, not because his burden was gone, but because he no longer carried it alone. That night, as he lay in bed, he whispered one last prayer before sleep took him. Thank you, Lord, for staying silent long enough for me to finally listen. And somewhere in heaven, though no thunder rolled and no light broke through, there was a smile, the kind that only a father gives when his child has learned what love sounds like in the quiet. If you've ever known the silence of God, may this story remind you, even when he doesn't speak, he is near. Stay with us, and we'll keep listening together, one quiet night at a time. The stream and the hands. There's a small stream that runs behind the chapel at the edge of town. Most people don't notice it. It's narrow, quiet, hidden beneath a tangle of reeds and trees. But if you sit there long enough, you can hear it sing. A soft murmur, gentle as a lullaby. The sound of water touching stone, of time moving without hurry. An old caretaker tends the chapel. He's been there longer than anyone remembers, sweeping floors, lighting candles, keeping things in order. Every morning before unlocking the doors, he walks to the stream with a small wooden bowl. He kneels, dips the bowl in, and fills it with water. Then he carries it carefully back, one step at a time, the morning light trembling across its surface. It's a simple ritual, one no one has ever asked him to do. When a visitor once asked why, the old man smiled. Because the water remembers, he said, and so do I. He uses that water to wipe the stone steps clean, to freshen the flowers near the altar, to sprinkle the garden that grows just outside the chapel door. Everything that serves, he likes to say, should be washed by grace. One morning after a night of rain, the stream was running stronger than usual. The air smelled of wet earth and pine. He knelt, as always, dipping his hands into the cool current. The water slid between his fingers, clear and alive. It carried small twigs, bits of leaves, the world in miniature, all moving towards something larger. He cupped his hands and lifted the water to his face. It ran down his cheeks like tears, and for a moment he thought of the verse from the Gospel of John. Unless I wash you, you have no part with me. He remembered the story, how Jesus knelt before his disciples washing their feet, the creator of the universe kneeling, the hands that shaped stars now touching dust. The old caretaker looked at his own hands, wrinkled, veined, marked by labor. They trembled slightly, not from weakness but from awe. So even these, he whispered, can be used to serve. He stayed there for a while, letting the stream flow over his skin. The water felt alive, as if carrying whispers from heaven itself. Forgiveness, renewal, love that doesn't tire. Then he thought of the people who came through the chapel each week. Some with heavy hearts, some with joy, some with doubts they couldn't name. He prayed quietly for them all, not with words but with the rhythm of the stream. "Wash them too," he said softly. "Let them feel you near." He filled the bowl and started the walk back. The path was muddy and the water rippled with each careful step. A few drops spilled over his hand and fell onto the ground. He smiled. Even the earth needs blessing, he thought. Inside the chapel, morning light filtered through the stained glass, painting the pews in soft colours: blue, gold, crimson. He placed the bowl near the altar and dipped a cloth into it. Slowly, he began to wipe the old wooden rail where countless hands had rested over the years. Each mark, each scratch told a story. As he worked, he whispered, "For all who have knelt here, known or unknown, bless them, Lord." He didn't hurry. He never did. Every motion was a prayer. The sound of cloth on wood mingled with the faint trickle of water still dripping from the bowl. When he finished, he sat for a while in the front pew, watching the light dance across the floor. It fell upon his hands, and he noticed how the water had left them shining, faintly damp, as though newly made. He thought about how many times he had done this. Hundreds, maybe thousands. The same task, the same stream, the same quiet gratitude. Yet somehow it never felt routine. It always felt sacred. Perhaps he thought that's what holiness really is, doing small things with great love, over and over until the ordinary becomes prayer. He leaned back and let his eyes wander toward the window, where a bird was perched on the sill. Its feathers shimmered in the light, and for a moment, everything, the bird, the water, the air, felt connected. All of it held together by invisible hands. He whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for the water that never stops flowing and for the grace that never runs dry." The bird fluttered its wings and flew away, and a single feather drifted down, landing near his feet. He smiled. Later that day, a few visitors came, a young couple, a widow, a traveller just passing through. Each one dipped their fingers in the bowl by the door before sitting down to pray. None of them knew that water's story. The stream, the hands, the quiet blessing. But that didn't matter. Grace doesn't need to be understood to be received. As the last rays of sunlight filled the chapel, the caretaker knelt once more by the bowl. The water shimmered softly, reflecting his tired face, but also something brighter, peace. He whispered one last prayer before blowing out the candles. "May your love flow through me, Lord, like this stream, gentle and unending." Then he closed the doors, leaving the chapel bathed in silence. Outside, the stream went on singing, the same song it had always sung, the same melody that has carried through all time. Be still and know that I am God. If this quiet story touched something in your heart, stay with us. Each evening another story will flow like that stream, slow, gentle, carrying God's peace to where it's needed most. The darkness within. There are nights when the darkness outside feels no different from the darkness inside. The lamps are lit, the house is warm, Yet something deeper remains cold, a quiet ache that no fire can reach. You sit in your chair, the same one you've sat in for years, and the shadows on the wall seem longer than they used to be. The clock ticks, steady and indifferent. Somewhere beyond the window, the world carries on. Cars passing, voices fading, laughter spilling into the night. But in here it's quiet. Too quiet. There are no storms, no great tragedies, just a heaviness that settles on the heart like fog on a field. It's not sadness exactly. It's something gentler but harder to know. A sense of being tired in the soul. You whisper a prayer. Maybe not even a prayer. Just a sigh. Lord, are you here? No answer. Just the sound of your breath and the steady rhythm of your heart. You remember a time when faith felt brighter, when hymns came easily and hope was something you could touch. But now it feels far away, like a candle burned too low, its flame small and trembling. And yet, even in this dimness, something stirs. A memory perhaps, a verse you once knew by heart. The light shines in the darkness and the darkness has not overcome it. You close your eyes, the words linger. The air feels different now, not brighter but warmer. It's then you realise the light doesn't need to chase away the darkness, it just needs to exist within it. Faith isn't always about shining. Sometimes it's about surviving the night, trusting that the flame will hold. You think of Jesus, standing among those who were lost, unclean, broken, how he never turned away. He didn't wait for them to find the light. He brought the light to where they were. Even when the world cast them out, he called them beloved. Maybe that's what he's doing now, walking quietly through the corridors of your mind, stepping softly into the rooms where grief has lingered too long, lighting one candle at a time. You picture him there, not with grandeur, not in blazing white, but simple, kind, familiar. The kind of presence that doesn't scare away pain but sits beside it. He doesn't ask you to speak. He doesn't tell you to rejoice. He just places a hand on your shoulder and says, I know. And suddenly the silence isn't empty anymore. It's holy. You feel tears rise, not from despair but from relief. You don't have to be strong tonight. You don't have to pretend you're not tired. God isn't waiting for you to perform faith. He's waiting to give you rest. Outside, the wind moves through the trees, low, soft, steady. The sound seeps through the walls like a lullaby. The branches sway, their shadows dancing gently across the ceiling. And for a moment it feels like the whole world is breathing with you. You lean back and close your eyes. You think of how many people tonight sit in the same quiet darkness, in hospital rooms, in empty apartments, in nursing homes where time moves slowly. You whisper a prayer for them all. Be near them too, Lord. Let them feel what I feel now, not fear but peace. You imagine that prayer carried on the wind, moving through the night, brushing across other hearts that need it. Maybe that's how grace works. Invisible, shared, unstoppable. The candle on your table flickers once, then steadies. You watch its light, small, humble, but unwavering. You realize that you too are like that candle, not shining for show, but simply refusing to go out. In the hush that follows, the darkness no longer feels like an enemy. It feels like a place where God can finally be seen. Not in brilliance, but in mercy. You think back to all the times you've survived nights like this before, heartbreaks, losses, long winters of the soul, and how somehow morning always came. It always comes. And you understand now, the darkness was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to teach you how to see. When dawn finally breaks, the light will not erase the night. It will fulfill it. It will reveal what grew unseen while you waited. So you let the quiet stay a little longer. You let the night breathe around you. Because somewhere in the silence, God is speaking, not with words, but with presence. He is not far, he never was. He is the warmth in your chest, the calm in your breathing, the peace that comes when you stop searching and simply let him be near. You whisper one last time, thank you for being here, even when I couldn't see you. And in the dim light of your room, that simple prayer becomes a song, not loud, not grand, but steady. A song for those who wait, a song for those who walk through the valley and still believe that the sun will rise again. If this quiet story has brought you comfort in your own night, stay with us. Each evening another light will be kindled, not to chase away the dark, but to remind you that you never walk through it alone. When you lose your way, it happens quietly, almost without noticing. You take one wrong turn, then another. At first it doesn't seem like much, a detour, a delay, nothing serious. But after a while you look around and realize you don't know where you are anymore. The road you once knew has faded behind you. The signs are strange. The air feels different. You stop walking and listen, but the world is still. No voice calls your name. No light marks the path. Only the whisper of wind through empty fields. For a long moment you stand there, uncertain, small, a traveler without direction. And you think to yourself, how did I end up here? It's not just about roads or maps. Sometimes the lostness runs deeper, inside the heart. There are seasons in life when we lose our way, not because we stop believing, but because we get tired, because hope feels too heavy to carry, because somewhere along the journey we begin to walk by fear instead of faith. You remember a time when prayer came easy, when joy felt natural, when every sunrise seemed like a promise. But now, even the sun feels far away. You whisper into the wind, Lord, I'm sorry, I don't even know how to find you anymore. No answer comes, not at first. Just the sound of your own heartbeat and the soft rustle of grass. But then, after a long pause, something gentle begins to stir inside you. A warmth, a memory. A verse rises unbidden in your mind. What man among you, having 100 sheep, if he loses one of them, does not leave the 99 and go after the one that is lost until he finds it? And suddenly, you understand. It was never you who had to find him. It was always he who was finding you. You sit down by the roadside, the dust soft beneath your hands. You close your eyes. For the first time in a long while, you stop trying to fix it, stop trying to run, stop trying to be strong. You just breathe. And in that surrender, you feel it. Footsteps approaching, not loud, but sure. You don't see anyone, but somehow you know. You're not alone anymore. The shepherd has come. He doesn't scold you for wandering. He doesn't ask why you strayed. He simply kneels beside you, his presence as calm as morning light, and says, I've been looking for you. You open your mouth to speak, but the words catch in your throat. There's nothing to explain, nothing to defend. His eyes say it all. Love that never grew tired, patience that never ran out. He reaches out his hand. You hesitate, then take it. His grip is firm, gentle, sure. When he helps you to your feet, you realize you've been walking in circles for so long that you'd forgotten what direction even felt like. He begins to walk, slowly, matching your pace. You follow. The path is narrow, uneven, but he knows the way. The sound of your steps mixes with his, steady and unhurried. As you walk, he speaks, and not in sermons, not in commands, but in quiet reminders. Rest. Breathe. Look up. The sky above you starts to lighten. A few stars still linger, fading into the pale blue of dawn. And with each step, the fear inside you softens. The shame fades. The ache eases. You reach a small hill and pause to look back. The road behind you, the one that once felt endless, now glows faintly under the first light of day. It doesn't look like a failure anymore. It looks like grace, the kind that led you to this very moment. The shepherd smiles, not because you found your way, but because you finally let yourself be found. You walk beside him as the sun rises higher. The air smells of dew and pine, and birds begin to sing again. Their songs sound like forgiveness, gentle, real, undeserved. When you reach a clearing, he stops. The fields stretch out before you, golden and wide. You feel small again, but not lost this time, just held. He turns to you and says softly, "You don't need to know the whole road. Just walk with me today." You nod, tears shining in your eyes, and for the first time in what feels like forever, your heart is light. You realize that being found isn't about returning to where you were, it's about becoming who you were meant to be. The shepherd leads on and you follow, not because you see every turn ahead, but because you trust the one who does. Behind you, the wind stirs the grass, erasing the footprints of your wandering. Before you, the light grows stronger, golden and new. And as you walk, a single truth hums quietly in your chest. You were never truly lost. You were simply being led home. If you've ever felt far from God, remember this. He's not waiting for you to find him. He's already on the way to find you. The quiet miracle. Not all miracles make a sound. Some arrive softly, like dawnlight creeping across a curtain, or forgiveness finding its way into a weary heart. There was once a woman who lived alone in a small house by the edge of a meadow. She wasn't poor, but she was lonely. Her husband had passed years before, and her children lived far away. The days came and went, marked by the sound of the kettle, the ticking of the clock, the creak of the old rocking chair by the window. Every Sunday she went to church and sat in the same pew near the back. She didn't sing very loudly anymore, and her prayers had become short, not from lack of faith, but from fatigue. One cold winter morning, the pastor spoke about miracles, how they weren't always thunder and fire, but often looked like kindness, patience, or the courage to keep going when life feels small. The woman smiled politely, but deep down she thought, miracles are for others, not for me. That afternoon she returned home to find that the wind had blown open her garden gate. Snow had begun to fall, covering the ground in white. She sighed, wrapped her scarf tighter, and stepped outside to close it. Her hands trembled with the cold, and as she struggled with the latch, she slipped and fell to her knees. For a moment she just stayed there, in the snow, in the silence. The pain in her knee throbbed, but the ache in her heart felt heavier. She whispered through chattering teeth, "Lord, I can't do this much longer." There was no answer, only the sound of the wind. But then she heard footsteps behind her, slow, careful. A young boy from the village carrying a small bag of groceries. He was one of the neighbourhood children she often waved to, but rarely spoke with. "Mrs. Hale," he said softly, "are you all right?" She nodded, embarrassed. "I'm fine, dear, just a little clumsy." Without another word, he bent down, helped her up, and closed the gate for her. The latch clicked softly, the sound of something mended. "Thank you," she whispered. He smiled shyly. "Mum said you might need help this week, so I thought I'd stop by." That afternoon they had tea together, just the two of them. The boy talking about school and the woman listening, laughing more than she had in months. When he left, he promised to come by again tomorrow to shovel the path if the snow got deep. She watched him disappear down the road. his red scarf bright against the grey sky. And then she cried. Not out of sadness, but because something inside her, something long frozen, had begun to thaw. The next morning, she woke before sunrise. The world outside was wrapped in silence, the kind that comes after snowfall, deep, clean, tender. She sat by the window, her hands around a cup of tea, watching the first hint of light spill across the meadow. It was then she realized she didn't feel lonely anymore. Not completely. Something had shifted, not in her circumstances, but in her heart. She thought of the boy, his kindness, his gentle smile. And then she thought of God. How maybe he hadn't forgotten her after all. How maybe he'd sent that boy at just the right time, in just the right way. Not a miracle of lightning or healing or sudden change, a miracle of timing, a miracle of love. As the days passed, the boy kept his promise. He came by with little gifts, an apple, a book, a story from school. Each time she found herself smiling more easily, laughing a bit louder, feeling lighter in her chest. She began baking again, simple things like bread and pies, the smells filling her small kitchen with warmth. And one afternoon, she caught herself humming a hymn she hadn't sung in years. When Sunday came, she sat in church again, same pew, same sunlight through the window. But when the hymn began, she sang it, not loudly but with feeling. Her voice trembled, cracked a little, but it was real. And in that moment, she felt something rise inside her, gratitude, quiet and full. After the service, the pastor passed by and smiled. "It's good to see you singing again, Mrs. Hale." She nodded. "It's good to feel alive again, Pastor." That night she wrote a letter to her children. Not to tell them she was lonely, but to tell them she was fine. "God has been good to me," she wrote. "He sent me a miracle. It came in the form of a kind boy with cold hands and a warm heart." She folded the letter, placed it by her bedside, and turned off the lamp. The room was dark but peaceful. Through the window, snowflakes drifted down like blessings from heaven. And as she closed her eyes, she whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for the quiet miracles." The next morning, the boy found a note by her door, a simple thank you, and a pie still warm from the oven. He smiled, tucked his scarf around his neck and whispered, "You're welcome, Mom." He didn't know that his small kindness had changed her life. He didn't need to, because the greatest miracles rarely announce themselves. They happen in kitchens and gardens, in whispers and gestures, in hearts learning to hope again. They are the miracles of everyday grace, the kind that remind us heaven is nearer than we think. If this gentle story warmed your heart tonight, stay close. Each evening, another quiet miracle will unfold, not in thunder, but in the hush where love begins. The visitor at dusk. The sun was low, painting the fields in shades of gold and rose. The day was nearly done and the world seemed to exhale, the way it does at dusk when the light grows gentle and the wind slows down. Inside a small cottage at the edge of town, an old man named Thomas was setting a single place at his table. The soup on the stove was simple, potatoes, a few carrots, a handful of herbs. He stirred it slowly, humming under his breath, the way he used to when his wife was still alive. Outside, the last birds were settling into the trees. The road that led past his cottage was empty, save for the rustle of leaves and the faint echo of a bell from the chapel down the hill. Thomas ladled his soup, sat down, and bowed his head. "Thank you, Lord," he whispered, "for another day, and for the small things that keep me company." He smiled faintly, though the silence in the room pressed close. Loneliness was no longer sharp. It had softened over time, but it was still there, like a shadow that never quite fades. Just as he lifted his spoon, there was a knock at the door. 3 soft taps, hesitant, as though from a hand unsure it should knock at all. Thomas froze for a moment, surprised. Visitors were rare, especially at this hour. He rose slowly, joints creaking, and went to the door. Outside stood a young man, perhaps 20, maybe less. His clothes were dusty, his eyes tired but kind. "Good evening, sir," the stranger said quietly. "I'm sorry to bother you. I've been walking all day, and I wondered if there might be a place to rest a while." Thomas hesitated. The world, after all, could be unkind. But something in the young man's voice, the gentleness, the honesty, softened his caution. "Of course," he said finally. "Come in, son. The night's getting cold." The young man smiled in relief and stepped inside. Thomas fetched another bowl from the cupboard, poured out half of his soup and pushed it across the table. "It's not much," he said, "but it's warm." The stranger sat gratefully, wrapping his hands around the bowl. For a long while they ate in silence, 2 souls, unknown to each other, yet oddly at peace in that small circle of candlelight. When they finished, Thomas leaned back and studied his guest. "You've come a long way." "Yes, sir," the young man said softly. "Looking for work. But mostly," he paused, "mostly looking for peace." Thomas nodded slowly. "You'll find it. Sometimes it just takes longer than we expect." The young man smiled faintly, and his eyes, though weary, shone with something warm. "Do you live here alone?" "I do," Thomas said. "But I've learned that alone isn't the same as lonely, not when you still have the Lord nearby." The stranger looked toward the window, where the first stars were beginning to appear. "I think he's nearer than we ever know," he said quietly. Something about that sentence sent a tremor through Thomas's chest. Not fear, but recognition. It reminded him of his late wife, how she used to say the same thing every night before bed. "He's nearer than your next breath, Tom." Thomas swallowed hard. The room seemed to glow warmer, though the candle hadn't changed. The stranger stood. "I should go," he said gently. "There's still some light left. Thank you for your kindness." Thomas frowned. "You can stay here tonight if you'd like. It's not much, but there's a spare blanket by the hearth." The young man shook his head. "You've already given me what I needed." He walked to the door, and Thomas followed. The evening had deepened into blue. The young man turned back once more and said, "God bless you, sir. He remembers those who open their doors." Then he stepped into the twilight and was gone. Thomas stood there for a long moment watching the road. No lantern, no sound of footsteps, only the rustle of the wind. He closed the door slowly, returned to his chair and sat down. The other bowl still sat on the table, half empty, steam rising faintly. He reached out to touch it and noticed something. The bowl was warm, but the seat across from him, where the young man had sat, was completely dry, untouched by the damp of his wet cloak, which should have left a mark. Thomas blinked, then smiled, not in disbelief, but in wonder. He whispered, "You came again, didn't you?" Outside, the bell from the chapel rang once, long and low, rolling across the hills. The sound filled the little house like a heartbeat. Thomas bowed his head. "Thank you for visiting me, Lord, even when I didn't know it was you." That night the stars seemed brighter through his window. The wind quieted, the trees stood still, and a deep peace settled over the cottage. He didn't tell anyone about the visitor. He didn't need to. Some miracles are meant to be kept close, not because they're secret, but because they're sacred. The next evening, Thomas set 2 bowls again on the table, just in case. Sometimes the Lord knocks softly, disguised as a stranger. If someone comes to your door or your heart at dusk, open it. You may be welcoming more than you know. The chair by the window. Every home has one, that chair by the window where the light falls just right in the afternoon. It's where people sit to think, to rest, to remember. For years that chair belonged to Margaret. It was old but sturdy, with soft blue fabric worn thin by time and prayer. It faced the window that looked out toward the garden, where lilacs grew wild and bees hummed lazily through summer days. When her husband was alive, he'd sit there in the evenings reading aloud from the Bible while she sewed beside him. After he passed, the chair remained where it was, empty yet full of memory. She never moved it. Somehow it felt wrong too. Every morning she'd dust it, smooth the cushion, and whisper, "Good morning, love." And then, as the sun rose, she'd sit in the chair across from it, her chair, and pray. It became her rhythm. The 2 chairs, facing each other, one filled, one waiting. A quiet conversation between heaven and earth. One winter, when the days grew short and her steps slower, she began to wonder if God still heard her prayers. The house had grown so still that sometimes she could hear her own heart beating. "Lord," she whispered one night, "I don't ask for much. Just let me know you're near." That night, she dreamed of light, not blinding or fierce, but soft and gold, like the hour before sunset. And in that dream, the chair by the window wasn't empty anymore. She didn't see a face, but she felt a presence, warm, calm, familiar. And in the dream, the presence spoke not with sound, but with understanding. "You've never prayed alone." When she awoke, morning light was already spilling through the window. The air in the room felt different, somehow alive. She looked toward the chair, half expecting to see it moved. It hadn't. But something inside her shifted. From that day on, the chair no longer looked empty. It looked waiting. And that, she thought, was enough. Sometimes as she prayed, she'd speak aloud as if someone sat there listening. "It's been a hard week, Lord," she'd say. Or, "Thank you for keeping me through another night." And though the air was still, she swore she could feel warmth in the space between them, like sunlight that never left, even when clouds rolled in. The seasons passed, spring with its green whisper, summer with its laughter, autumn with its gold. Each one left its mark on the window glass, a smudge of pollen, a trace of rain, a chill of frost. But the chair remained, faithful as ever, patient as prayer itself. Neighbours sometimes stopped by to visit. "You should sell that old chair," one of them suggested. "It's taking up space." Margaret smiled gently. "Oh, it's not empty," she said. "It's occupied by a friend who never leaves." They laughed politely, not understanding. But she didn't mind. Some truths are too tender for explaining. On quiet afternoons, she'd rest her hands on the arms of her own chair and simply watch the light move across the floor from bright morning to gentle dusk. The chair by the window always caught the last beam of the setting sun, as if heaven itself were keeping a promise. Years later, when she grew too frail to leave her bed, she asked her daughter to move the bed closer to the window. "I want to see the chair," she said softly. "It makes me feel not so far." And so they did. Every day, as the light shifted, she'd look at that chair and smile. Sometimes she'd speak to it. Sometimes she'd just rest in silence. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in lavender and rose, she whispered, "It's almost time, isn't it?" And though the room was still, she felt the same quiet warmth she'd known for years, that invisible nearness. When her daughter came to check on her a while later, Margaret's hands were folded, her face peaceful. The last light of day rested gently on the chair by the window. After the funeral, the daughter returned to the house. It felt different now. Empty, yes, but not lonely. She walked into her mother's room and stopped at the sight of the two chairs. She sat in her mother's place for a long time, watching how the light fell across the fabric. The house was quiet, but in that stillness she felt something. Not sadness, not loss, but peace. She whispered, "I understand now, Mom." And from that day on, she never moved the chair either. She left it where it was, near the window, a quiet witness to love that outlasts absence. Sometimes in the hush of late afternoon, she'd imagine her mother sitting there smiling. Other times she thought maybe it was someone else, someone who had always been there, patient, near, unseen. The sun would slip low, and the room would fill with that same golden light, the same warmth, the same quiet assurance, and the daughter would whisper just as her mother had years before, "Thank you, Lord, for keeping a seat beside me." Some chairs may look empty, but faith knows better. The presence of God often sits quietly beside us in the places we think are still. The lamp that never went out. On a narrow shelf by the kitchen door stood an old brass lamp. It had lived there longer than anyone could remember, through winters that shook the windows, summers that smelled of hay and warm bread, and 1,000 ordinary evenings when nothing remarkable happened except the quiet grace of getting through another day. Ruth polished it once a week with a soft cloth. Not because it needed to shine for anyone, visitors were rare, but because caring for it felt like prayer. She would unscrew the cap, check the oil, trim the wick with small, careful snips. The metal clicked lightly under her touch, and the faint scent of lamp oil rose, honest and clean. Her husband, Daniel, used to lift the lamp down in storms. "Light doesn't argue with darkness," he'd say, setting the glass chimney straight. "It just keeps being light." Then he would strike a match, and the first trembling flame would gather itself, grow steady, and lay a golden circle across the wooden table where they ate their soup and read their psalms. Years passed. Daniel went on to glory one quiet morning in October when leaves drifted down like slow sparks from the great fire of autumn. After that, the lamp seemed to hold more than oil. It held memory. The sound of Daniel's voice reading softly, the way his hand would find hers beneath the table, the hush that fell when they prayed without hurry. Ruth kept the lamp filled. She didn't light it every night, only when the house felt too large or the wind too restless. Some evenings she would sit close to it cupping her tea and watch how the flame breathed. It leaned slightly when the door opened, straightened again when the room grew still. Faith, she thought, was something like that, a small, steadfast brightness that learns how to stand within draughts. One winter, the storm came early. Snow moved across the fields in sheets, as if heaven were drawing a white blanket over the earth. Power lines went dark, the radiators cooled. Out beyond the porch, the road disappeared into a deep and kindly silence. Ruth set a pot on the old stove, pulled her cardigan closer, and reached for the lamp. The match head hissed, the wick caught. Light climbed the chimney like a calm thought rising through worry. She set the lamp in the middle of the table. and listened to the storm thrum softly against the panes. The house felt different at once, not louder, not brighter, just more alive, as though the rooms themselves remembered that they were shelter. She spooned out a little soup, onions, carrots, the last of the barley, and ate slowly, pausing now and then to rest her hand near the warm glass. Outside, the wind called long and low, and the rafters answered with a gentle creak. The lamp didn't flicker, it held. Later, wrapped in a wool blanket, Ruth thought of the parable of the wise and foolish virgins, lamps trimmed, oil ready, waiting through hours when nothing moved. She remembered too the old psalm Daniel loved to quote, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear?" The words did not arrive like thunder. They came like the lamp's glow, simple, sufficient, enough for the next step and the next. Sometime after midnight there was a knock at the back door, timid, hurried. Ruth stood carefully, lifted the lamp and went to open it. Snow rushed in around a small figure, a neighbour boy, coat thin, lashes salted white. "Mrs. Harmon," he said, breathing clouds into the cold. "Mum's sick. The car won't start. Do you have a phone that works?" "Come in, love," Ruth said, her voice steady as the flame. She set the lamp on the counter, drew the boy into the circle of warmth, and dialed the clinic from the old line that sometimes outlived the power. A nurse promised to send the on-call driver with chains for the tyres. While they waited, Ruth ladled soup into a bowl and pushed it gently toward the boy. He looked small at her table, shoulders hunched, fingers chapped. The lamplight made a soft halo in his dark hair. "Thank you, ma'am," he said. His voice wavered. "It's been so dark at our place." Ruth smiled and turned the wick a touch higher. The flame lifted, bright but not harsh. "That's what lamps are for," she said, "to keep the dark company." They ate in companionable quiet. Every few minutes Ruth glanced at the window. The snow had softened to a steady fall, each flake arriving as if chosen. The boy's breathing slowed, his shoulders dropped. When the driver's headlights finally pressed two slow moons against the glass, Ruth wrapped a scarf around the boy's neck and walked him to the porch, lamp in hand. The flame cast a golden path across the drifted steps. "Tell your mother I'm praying," she said, and squeezed his mittened fingers. He nodded, eyes bright with something warmer than relief. After they left, the house seemed to hold the echo of other footsteps, ones that had crossed this threshold over decades. Neighbours with casseroles, friends with laughter, strangers with needs that had names and needs that didn't. The lamp had seen them all. It had outlived fashions, repairs, griefs. It had no opinion about any of it. It just kept burning whenever it was asked. Ruth set it back on the shelf and sat down. The storm eased toward morning. Somewhere far off, a plough hummed like a bee. She dozed and woke and dozed again, old bones negotiating with the chair. Near dawn, a soft knock. When she opened the door, the boy stood there with a lopsided smile and snow in his hair. "Mom's okay," he said. "They've given her medicine. I wanted to tell you." Ruth let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "Come warm your hands," she said, and lit the lamp again. The day was finding its colour, grey lifting to pearl, but the little flame still made its own small sun on the table. "Mum said to thank you," the boy added, looking at the lamp. "She said you were a light last night." Ruth shook her head, gentle. "Oh, child, the lamp did the shining. I just trimmed the wick." He didn't understand, not fully, and that was fine. He would, someday. He stood a moment longer in the kitchen's quiet brightness. then waved goodbye and ran down the steps, boots squeaking in new snow. When the door closed, the house breathed differently, not empty, but finished, like a cord that knows where to rest. Ruth turned the wick lower. Flame softened. She watched the meniscus of oil along the wick's edge, the calm gulping that kept the light alive. It was homely, ordinary, and it was holy. Daniel's Bible lay on the counter, its leather the colour of tea. She opened to a page worn thin by his thumbs. A bruised reed he will not break, and a smouldering wick he will not snuff out. She traced the words and felt the truth of them in every room. How many nights had she felt like that wick? Small, smoky, exhausted, and found that mercy was a hand turning the knob just right, a windbreak at the door, a little more oil when she thought she had none. When she grew tired near evening, Ruth carried the lamp to the bedroom and set it on the dresser where the mirror could double the light. She watched that second flame, twin and not twin, and smiled. "You and me," she said softly into the room, "and him." She left the lamp burning until the window darkened to true night. Then, as she had done 1,000 times, she trimmed the wick, whispered a prayer for whoever might still be walking through the storm, and lifted the glass to breathe the flame out with one tender puff. For a heartbeat, the filament of smoke rose like a ribbon. The dark stepped forward, but the room remembered the light, and so did she. That was the secret Daniel had taught her without ever trying. Faith is less a torch than a lamp. It does not demand the horizon. It tends the table. It does not outshout the thunder. It keeps a promise in a single room. And in that room, tonight and every night, there is enough. Outside, the snow gave up its last handful of flakes. The sky cleared, and a bright, faithful star took its watch. Ruth pulled the blanket close, closed her eyes and rested in the soft afterglow that lamps always leave. Warmth without flame, peace without proof. Morning would come, as it always does. She would polish brass, check the oil, trim the wick. Little things repeated. Prayer with hands, love with patience, and the lamp would wait on its narrow shelf by the door, ready to rise, ready to keep the dark company, ready to show one gentle circle at a time that the light has never gone out. The old church bell. At the top of the hill, above the river and the small square of the town, stood the church of St. Andrew. Its roof sagged a little from age, and the paint had long since faded from the doors, but the bell tower still rose straight and sure, cutting against the sky like a prayer that never forgot its direction. The bell inside was older than the town itself, cast in iron, thick and worn smooth by time. It had rung through wars, weddings, storms and harvests. People said its tone had changed slightly over the years, deeper now, slower, like an old voice still trying to sing the same faithful song. Every evening, as the sun began to lean westward, Samuel climbed the narrow stairs to ring it. He had been the bellkeeper for almost 40 years. His hair had gone grey, his steps slower, but his hand still knew the rope's rough rhythm. He lived alone in the small cottage behind the church, where ivy curled around the windows and the air always smelled faintly of dust and wood polish. He didn't speak much, but the people of the town knew him by the steady sound of the bell. Sometimes children would ask, "Why does he ring it every day, even when no one comes?" Their mothers would smile softly, because someone must remind the world what peace sounds like. On a late autumn afternoon, the sky was painted with clouds the colour of pewter. Samuel lit a candle in the vestry, buttoned his coat, and began the slow climb to the tower. The stairs groaned beneath him. each step familiar as breath. At the top, he paused to rest beside the window slit, looking out at the town. Smoke rose from chimneys, lights flickered on in kitchen windows, and the river caught the dying sun in long ribbons of gold. He could almost hear the murmur of families sitting down to supper, the clatter of spoons, the laughter of children. He smiled faintly. "Another day, Lord," he whispered. "You've been kind again." Then he took hold of the rope. The first pull always felt like memory, the weight of the bell answering from far above, slow to wake, then alive. The sound rolled through the air, deep and steady. The tower trembled slightly, dust falling like snow from the rafters. Again he pulled, and again. Each toll measured the heart of the evening. In the village below, people paused, not for long, just enough to notice. The grocer at his counter, the woman at her sink, the farmer closing the barn, all stilled for a few breaths, letting the sound wash through them. It was not a command, not even a call. It was a reminder. You are not alone. When the last note faded, Samuel stayed by the window, breathing in the quiet that followed. It was always his favourite moment, that small hush between day and night, when heaven felt near enough to touch. He closed his eyes and remembered his wife's face, the way she used to wait for him outside the churchyard gate, basket in hand, smile soft as candlelight. She'd been gone 20 years now, but somehow when the bell rang, I could still feel her hand in his. A sudden gust of wind slipped through the tower, snuffing his candle. He laughed under his breath. "All right," he said softly. "I'll take the hint. Time to go home." That night, as he sat by his hearth with a bowl of soup, the wind carried faint echoes of the bell back to him. He thought about how many lives it had touched, how many prayers had risen under its sound, some desperate, some grateful, all heard by the same God who had never missed a single one. He remembered the times he'd wrung it through sorrow, the funeral of a child, the news of war, the night the river flooded and took half the fields. Each time the sound had been the same, a cry, a comfort, a witness. And yet it had also rung for joy, for weddings, for Christmas mornings, for quiet dawns when the town awoke to peace. The bell never chose what it rang for. It simply obeyed the pull of the hands that served it, the way faith obeys the hand of God. The years passed. The town changed. New families moved in. Children became parents. Buildings rose where fields once lay. But still, the bell rang. Until one winter evening, Samuel felt a weakness he couldn't shake. The doctor called it age, but Samuel called it the nearing. He smiled, tired but peaceful. "It's almost my turn to go home," he said to the vicar, who nodded with wet eyes. That night, a storm rolled over the valley, rain like sheets of glass, thunder far away. The people of the town listened to the wind howl around their roofs and thought of the bell. But the next morning, when the clouds broke, it rang again. Deep, slow, clear. Only later did they learn that Samuel had passed in his sleep, his hand still resting near the rope, as if heaven had called him mid-duty. For a while, no one dared to climb the tower. But on the Sunday after his burial, a young man, one of Samuel's grandsons, took up the task. The bell rope felt heavier in his hands than he expected, but when he pulled, the note rose like a blessing. From every house, people stopped and listened. The sound was the same, familiar, faithful, yet somehow it carried something more now. It was as if, in the space between each toll, you could hear another rhythm, the steady heartbeat of a servant who had never failed to keep the time of heaven. The bell kept ringing. It still does. Not just for the town, but for all who have ever listened and remembered that faith, too, is a kind of ringing. Not loud, not showy, just steady. Some say on quiet evenings when the air is clear, you can still hear a second tone under the main one, a low hum that feels like a whisper. Maybe it's the bell's echo against the hills, or maybe it's Samuel, still keeping his promise, still telling the world what peace sounds like. Faith, like an old church bell, does not grow weaker with time. It simply learns to ring deeper, carrying love farther than the wind can travel. The bridge and the fog. There are mornings when the world seems to disappear, when the river hides beneath a curtain of fog so thick you could almost reach out and touch it. The hills vanish. The trees become shadows. Even sound feels muffled, as if heaven has pulled a blanket over the earth to help it rest. That was the kind of morning Thomas woke to. The fog had rolled in from the valley before dawn, and the bridge, the old wooden one that crossed the river, was gone from sight. He stood at the edge of the path, his breath white in the air, his cane tapping softly on the damp boards. He needed to cross. His daughter lived on the far side, and her little boy was sick. But the fog was thick, and fear whispered the same lie it always did. What if the bridge isn't there anymore? He laughed at himself quietly. A bridge doesn't vanish overnight, he said under his breath. And yet doubt still sat heavy in his chest. He leaned forward, peering into the grey. Nothing. No railing, no river, just emptiness that looked too quiet, too deep. Behind him the town bell rang once, faint, far away. The sound trembled through the mist, and he found comfort in it. "All right," he whispered, one step at a time. He took the first step. The board creaked, solid beneath his foot. Then another, and another. The sound of his cane echoed softly, rhythmic as prayer. Halfway across he stopped. The fog thickened, swallowing everything. He couldn't see where he'd come from or where he was going. The world had narrowed to a circle of damp air, no wider than his reach. He stood there, trembling, not from cold, but from the vastness of not knowing. He remembered something his wife used to say when life grew uncertain. Faith isn't seeing the bridge. It's trusting the one who built it. He smiled at the memory. Her voice always came back to him in moments like this, clear as bells through fog. So he took another step, and another. He began to notice the sounds, the water moving beneath, slow and deep, the groan of the wooden beams, the wind sighing through the ropes. Everything unseen, yet alive. Halfway across he paused again, closed his eyes and whispered, "You're here, aren't you?" The fog didn't answer, but something within him did. That quiet warmth he had come to recognize over a lifetime of prayer. Not the kind that shouts, but the kind that steadies. He breathed deeply, and for the first time he realized the fog wasn't his enemy. It was simply the veil between what he could see and what he had to trust. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a faint shape ahead, the outline of the far post, barely visible through the mist. He smiled, a little shakily, and kept walking. By the time he reached the end of the bridge, the fog had begun to lift. Sunlight filtered through in thin ribbons, catching the edges of the wood and turning each droplet of moisture into a spark of gold. The river below shimmered, calm, steady, eternal. He turned to look back. The bridge stretched behind him, still half hidden, disappearing into the grey. But he didn't need to see it anymore. He knew it was there. His daughter met him at the door, her eyes red from worry. "You came," she said. Of course, he smiled. The fog just tried to test me a bit. She laughed, half crying, half relieved, and led him to the small bed where the boy slept, pale and tired but breathing softly. Thomas laid a hand on the child's forehead and whispered a prayer. No thunder, no miracle, just peace. The kind that arrives so quietly you almost miss it. Later, as he sat by the window watching the fog lift from the fields, he thought of all the bridges he had crossed in his life, some made of wood, others of faith. There were the years after his wife died, when every day felt like walking through mist, unsure if the world ahead was still worth stepping into. There were the prayers that went unanswered for so long he nearly stopped saying them. And there were the quiet mornings, like this one, when the fog of fear threatened to steal the horizon. But every time, without fail, the bridge had been there. Not because he could see it, but because someone had built it strong enough to bear his weight. He closed his eyes, whispering the old verse, "We walk by faith, not by sight." Outside, the sunlight grew stronger. The fog, once heavy as grief, thinned into a silver mist and then vanished altogether. The bridge stood clear now, shining faintly with dew. He thought of how many others would cross it that day, farmers, children, travellers, none of them realising how strong it truly was, none of them knowing that hidden beneath the planks, unseen hands had mended it years ago when storms had tried to take it down. Maybe faith was like that too, held together by grace we never saw, repaired by love we didn't earn. That evening, as he left for home, a new fog began to rise from the river. He stopped for a moment at the bridge's edge and smiled. This time, he didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, cane tapping, heart calm, whispering as he went, "I don't need to see the whole path, Lord. Just keep me steady for each step." Behind him the fog closed again, soft and complete. The bridge disappeared once more, but the sound of his footsteps went on, sure and steady, until they were lost in the rhythm of the river. And somewhere in that mist, perhaps unseen but near, a voice smiled in reply. "I've walked this bridge before you, and I'll be here when you cross again." The morning after the storm, the night had been long. Wind had howled through the valley, shaking shutters and bending trees until they bowed low before heaven. Rain had lashed against rooftops and whispered along the windows like fingers searching for comfort. It had been one of those nights when even the faithful wondered if the light would come back again. But now, at last, it was morning. The storm had spent itself in the dark hours before dawn. What remained was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels sacred, as if the earth itself were holding its breath. The first pale light crept over the hills, touching the world with silver. Margaret, the same old soul who once prayed by the window beside her empty chair, opened her door. She stepped out onto the porch, shawl drawn tight around her shoulders, and breathed in the cool air. It smelled of rain and soil and new beginnings. The yard was a mess of broken branches and scattered leaves, but she didn't mind. The world had survived the night. That was enough. She looked toward the sky, now streaked with soft gold and pink, and whispered, "You kept us through another storm, Lord." Down the road, a neighbour was already clearing debris, waving cheerfully. The church bell in the distance rang once, not as a summons, but as a sigh of relief, a sound that said, "We're still here." Margaret smiled. It had been like this all her life. The storms come, the storms pass, and morning always follows. She stepped into the yard, her shoes sinking slightly into the wet earth. Each step made a soft sound, squelch, squelch. And she thought of the psalms she loved, Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. The words had never felt truer. By the fence, her rose bushes were bent low, heavy with raindrops. She crouched carefully, lifted one bloom and shook the water from its petals. Beneath the weight of the storm, it had not broken, only bowed. When the sun touched it, the drops glittered like tiny jewels. She traced one petal gently and whispered, "You're stronger than you look." The rose, silent and shining, said the same back to her. A robin landed nearby, shaking its feathers, singing a few hesitant notes that soon grew into a full morning song. Its voice rose clear through the quiet, weaving itself with the sound of dripping eaves and distant wind. It felt like the world itself was giving thanks. Inside, the old lamp still stood on her table, the same one she had polished for years. She hadn't lit it since before the storm, but as the sunlight streamed through the window, the brass caught fire with reflected gold. The lamp didn't need to burn, the light had come to it. She poured herself a cup of tea, sat in a chair, and looked out the window. The fog that often clung to the valley was lifting now, revealing fields washed clean and bright. The bridge, far in the distance, gleamed faintly, its wood still slick with rain. She thought of the people she had known, those who had gone before, those still walking through their own storms, and smiled. "We all make it through somehow," she murmured. "Not by strength, but by grace." As she sipped her tea, she felt a presence, the same quiet warmth that had kept her company all these years. She didn't need to turn to see it. She just knew. And for a moment, she imagined all the others from the stories before. The caretaker by the stream, the man who prayed through silence, the woman who found her miracle in a child's kindness, the bell keeper, the bridge walker, each of them somewhere, standing in their own morning light, whispering the same simple prayer. "Thank you for bringing me through." Outside, the sun broke free of the last clouds, spilling gold across the fields. The world sparkled, not new but renewed. A neighbour's child ran past, splashing through puddles, laughing. The sound was pure, unafraid, like the echo of heaven. Margaret laughed too, her voice trembling but strong. She leaned back in her chair, the warmth of the cup in her hands, and whispered, "This is what mercy looks like." The light filled the room, slow, gentle, unstoppable. It touched the chair by the window, the lamp, the photograph of her husband, the Bible lying open to the Psalms. And as the clock ticked softly in the background, she thought, the storms will come again, as they always do, but so will the morning. Faith, she realized, isn't about avoiding the storm. It's about learning to wait for dawn. She closed her eyes for a moment, breathing in the calm. The air smelled of wet earth and tea leaves and something eternal. When she opened them again, the sunlight had brightened, and through the window she saw the world beginning to move. Neighbours talking, children playing, life starting over. She smiled, her eyes glistening. "Thank you, Lord," she whispered, "for every ending that becomes a beginning." Outside, the wind carried her words up the hill, past the rose bushes, across the fields, until they reached the church bell. And when the bell rang once more, it wasn't just iron and air, it was thanksgiving made sound. Its tone rolled over the valley, low and sure, touching every home, every heart, every soul, still learning how to trust the light again. And the world answered, not with words but with peace. The storm always ends, the light always returns, and somewhere beyond every dark night, God is already preparing the morning. The candle in the window. Every evening, just as the sun began to sink behind the far hills, A single light appeared in the window of the old parsonage at the edge of town. It was always the same window, the one facing the winding road that led travellers toward the river. And it was always the same light, a simple candle, steady and warm, glowing against the glass like a quiet heartbeat. People had grown used to it. The children on their way home from the fields would look up and whisper, "The candle's lit again." The shopkeepers closing their shutters would smile when they saw it. Even the coachmen, guiding their horses through the dusk, would nod in silent thanks for its soft reassurance. No one ever asked who lit it. They all knew. Her name was Clara. She was the caretaker of the parsonage, a widow with hands worn by years of work and eyes that still carried the kindness of youth. Her husband had died long ago in a winter storm, on a night when he'd lost his way in the fog returning home. Ever since then, Clara had promised herself that no traveller would ever again pass through the valley without a light to guide them. And so for 40 years, she lit her candle. Even when her joints ached from the cold, even when the rain came sideways against her windows, she would strike the match, shield it with her hand, and set the little flame in its place. Then she'd sit nearby, knitting or reading her worn Bible by its glow, as if keeping vigil for every soul on the road. Sometimes she prayed aloud, softly, in the rhythm of her breathing. For those who walk in darkness tonight, Lord, let them see a glimmer. Other times, she simply listened to the ticking of the clock, the creak of the house, and the sigh of the wind. In those moments, it was enough just to be there, keeping a little corner of the world lit. One night, a storm rose sudden and fierce, thunder shaking the hills, lightning splitting the sky. The rain poured down like an endless curtain, and still, in the window, the candle burned. A wagon struggled up the muddy road below, its driver fighting the wind. Inside, a mother clutched her sleeping child, whispering prayers she could barely finish. Through the sheets of rain, she caught sight of the tiny flame, a single point of light on the hillside, and her tears broke with relief. "There," she said, her voice trembling. "We're close, just a little farther." When they reached the parsonage, Clara opened her door without a word. The woman stepped inside, soaked through, her baby wrapped tight in her shawl. Clara smiled, setting the kettle on the stove. "Rest," she said softly. "You're safe now. The storm can shout all it wants. It can't come in here." Later, when the rain eased, the woman tried to thank her. But Clara only shook her head and smiled. "Don't thank me, dear. Thank the one who taught us to keep our lamps burning." When they left at dawn, the world was washed clean again. The woman turned once more to look back at the small house on the hill. The window was still glowing faintly with the first light of morning. She whispered a silent prayer for the woman inside, the one who had turned her faith into firelight. Years passed. The town grew busier, the roads wider, lamps replaced candles. But still, in the window of the parsonage, Clara's light appeared each evening. The younger folk teased that it was old-fashioned. The elders, however, called it sacred. Then, one winter, the candle did not appear. At first, people thought she might have forgotten, but when the second night came, and then the third, worry spread through the town. On the fourth night, the vicar went to her door. It was unlocked as always. Inside, the air smelled faintly of wax and lavender. And there she was, sitting by the window, her Bible open. On her lap, her hands folded in peace. The candle beside her had burned down to its last pool of wax. The vicar bowed his head and whispered, Well done, faithful servant. At her funeral, the whole town gathered. They spoke of her gentleness, her laughter, the light that had kept them company through countless dark nights. When the service ended and the sun began to set, something beautiful happened. From house to house, one by one, windows began to glow. First one candle, then another, until the whole valley shimmered with small golden flames. No one planned it, no one gave the order. It was as if the light she had tended all her life had decided to live on, in them. That night, if you stood on the hill, you could see it. Hundreds of tiny lights flickering through the mist, stretching toward the horizon like a silent hymn. It was not bright like the sun, nor proud like a bonfire. It was gentle, steadfast, human, and in heaven perhaps Clara smiled. The parsonage still stands, though she is long gone. The candle in the window is now an electric lamp, kept burning by those who remember, and travellers still say that when they pass through the valley on cold nights, they feel something warm stir in their hearts, as if someone were walking beside them in the dark. Maybe that's what faith truly is. Not a blaze to chase away every shadow, but a single flame, small, patient, willing to stand guard until morning. When the night is long and the path unclear, remember the candle in the window. It may not show you the whole road, but it will tell you this: you are not alone, and the light is never lost. The letter found in the pew. The Church of St. Andrew was especially quiet on weekdays. Dust motes turned slowly in the beams of afternoon light, and the old oak pews held the scent of beeswax and hymnals. Somewhere in the rafters, a dove had made its home. Every now and then, a soft coo fell like a blessing into the silence. Eleanor came to tidy the sanctuary, as she did every Thursday. She was not paid for it. She came because she loved the stillness and because her hands needed a gentle task. Widowed for 3 years now, she had learned that grief is always looking for something to do: polishing wood, straightening books, setting flowers where colour had been forgotten. These were small obediences that taught her heart to breathe again. She started, as always, near the front, smoothing the linen on the altar, checking the candles' wicks, pausing a moment with her palm laid lightly on the smooth stone of the rail. Then, moving aisle by aisle, she brushed crumbs where children had shared biscuits too close to the end of service, tucked errant bulletins into the stack, and put a hymn book back where a tired hand had left it. At the fourth pew from the back, the one beneath the window with the angel in blue glass, her cloth snagged. Something thin had been wedged where the seat met the upright. Eleanor knelt, peered into the narrow space and coaxed free a folded paper, brittle and yellowed at the edges. On the outside, in a careful, old-fashioned hand, someone had written, "For the next soul who needs courage." Eleanor sat. The wood was cool beneath her. For a long moment she simply held the letter and listened to the dove in the rafters. Then, with the carefulness of a librarian opening a book long out of print, she unfolded the page. The ink had faded to brown, but the words were steady. If you are reading this, then perhaps your heart is tired. I have sat where you sit. I have prayed where you are praying, and I have learned this: God hides strength in small places. Eleanor swallowed, feeling the slow, warm ache that comes just before tears. She read on. "My name is Agnes. I am not famous. I taught school for 40 years and married a man who whistled when he mended fences. We never had children, but we had a garden. It was enough. When he died, the world went quiet in a way I did not know how to bear. I came to this pew because it was the only place where the silence felt like company instead of absence. Eleanor looked up. The glass angel poured blue across the varnish, as if the sky had leaned down to listen. You will want big answers. I did too. But the Lord taught me to notice the little replies, the way morning light warms the hymnals, the bell that rings whether the town is laughing or grieving, the child who forgets to whisper and makes the saints smile. These are answers. They are not loud, but they are faithful. Outside, a breeze moved through the open narthex and brushed the sanctuary with the faint smell of cut grass. Eleanor could hear far off the clink of teacups in the parish hall. Life returning its ordinary music. There is a verse I kept folded in my pocket when the nights ran long. Under his wings you will find refuge. Some nights I could barely believe it, so I would sit here and do the smallest thing I knew. Breathe in and breathe out and say his name. It was enough. Somehow, it was enough. Eleanor remembered her own winter, the long corridor of evenings where the clock ticked too loudly and the bed was too wide. How she would set a cup for her husband by habit and then put it back, and then stand in the kitchen with her hand on the counter, willing herself not to break. She had whispered the same name then, not as a speech, but as a breath. If your sorrow feels like a river, the letter went on, do not be ashamed of how often you must cross it. Bridges are not proof that water will never rise. They are proof that we will not be stranded when it does. Eleanor closed her eyes. She saw the bridge in the valley, the one that disappeared in fog and returned with the sun. She had walked it last week, cane tapping, a little afraid and a little braver than she expected. I have hidden this letter here because I cannot know who will need it. Maybe you have lost someone as I did. Maybe you are waiting for news that will not come, or for a door that will not open. Maybe you are simply tired from being brave for too long. Hear me. Being held is not the same as being fixed. God's hands are better than answers. The words lay on the page like a hand laid lightly on a shoulder. Eleanor felt her breath steady. Take the next small step. Set the table for one and give thanks for the bread. Cut the roses and leave some at the neighbour's gate. Keep a lamp trimmed. Hum a hymn while the kettle finds its boil. And when you can, come sit here where the light through the blue glass makes even the dust look like stars. She smiled. Dust like stars. Yes, that is what this room did every afternoon. When my time came, I told the vicar I wanted no grand fuss. I asked only that, on the Sunday after, someone ring the bell as usual and set tulips in a jar on the fourth pew from the back. If you see the tulips and wonder who placed them, perhaps it was you years from now, remembering that you were not alone. Eleanor's fingers trembled as she turned to the bottom of the page. A final paragraph, written more slowly, as if the hand had grown tired but the heart refused to stop. One last thing. If this letter has kept you company, leave something for the next pilgrim. A verse on a card, a ribbon pressed flat, a prayer written in 6 words. Grace multiplies when passed hand to hand. Signed simply, Agnes H. Eleanor sat for a long time with the letter open on her lap, the paper thin as an eggshell, the ink smelling faintly of thyme. The dove shifted in the rafters. From beyond the door, a child's laugh skittered across the stone like a pebble tossed in a pond. She stood and looked around. The pews were empty now, but they were not lonely. Every board seemed to remember someone's weight, someone's sorrow, someone's joy. She traced the carved edge with her fingers and whispered, "Thank you, Agnes." In the sacristy closet, she found a small vase, rinsed it at the tap, and walked out to the churchyard. The roses by the west wall were late but generous, heavy with June. Eleanor cut 3, one white, two pink, and brought them back into the quiet. She set the vase on the fourth pew from the back, beneath the blue angel's window, where the light could learn their colour by heart. Then, from her handbag, she took a little card. On it she wrote in her careful, looping hand, "Grace will meet you at the next step." She slid the card beneath the vase and tucked Agnes's letter back into the seam where curious fingers might find it when courage ran thin. Before she left, Eleanor did one more small thing. She walked to the front, opened the old Bible on the lectern to the psalm Agnes loved, and laid a sprig of rosemary across the page. Remembrance, living, and green. A draught ruffled the ribbon marker. The thin leaves trembled as if nodding yes. That evening, as the sun softened and the town settled, itself for supper, Eleanor passed by the church again. Through the open door she saw the blue glass pouring its last light over the pew. The roses glowed. For a moment she thought she could see a woman sitting there, not clearly, not like a ghost, but like a memory made gentle. A school teacher with kind eyes, hands folded, listening for doves. Eleanor smiled and went on, cane tapping in a rhythm the street had learned to love. At her cottage, she set a single place at the table, poured tea and broke a small heel of bread. The house did not feel large tonight. It felt held. When she lay down to sleep, she did not ask the darkness for explanations. She only said the smallest prayer she knew, breathed the smallest breath, and let the night keep watch. And in the church, beneath the blue angel, a letter waited, thin as a wing, strong as a bridge, for the next soul who would sit and weep and lift their eyes to find that even the dust was shining. Some consolations do not speak loudly. They rustle like paper, fit in a pew, and wait until the right hands unfold them and remember that God hides strength in small places. The loaf on the doorstep. Before the town woke, when the streets still wore their shawl of blue and the chimney smoke rose like soft prayers, Jonas baked bread. He was not a young man anymore. His hands had thickened from decades of kneading dough. The knuckles rose like small hills, and a thin white scar crossed his left thumb, a souvenir from a long ago morning when the oven door spoke too quickly. Yet those hands still moved with a gentle certainty. Flour, water, yeast, salt. Stir, rest, fold, the old rhythm a man learns when he has spent a life attending to daily mercies. His little bakery sat where the lane curved toward the square, a box of warm light on cold mornings. The bell over the door chimed softly whenever the wind remembered it. A cat, convinced of its employment, kept watch from the sill, tail curled like a comma in a sentence that did not need ending. Jonas had begun the habit after his wife, Elise, died one winter that smelled of pine and snow. In the first weeks, grief was a weight on his chest, heavy as a sack of flour he could not set down. He would startle awake at the hour when she used to rise to light the oven, only to meet a silence that didn't know what to do with him. On the seventh morning he baked anyway, 2 loaves from the last of the flour, as if by muscle and memory alone. When he pulled them from the heat, the crust sang its quiet crackle. He broke one, steam unfurling like a breath he had been holding for days, and thought of the prayer they had said every night of their marriage. Give us this day our daily bread. He wrapped the second loaf in a clean cloth and stepped into the dawn. His feet carried him without a plan to a cottage at the edge of town, where a young widow lived with a child the age of a new moon. He laid the bread on her step and knocked once, not loud, just enough to be heard by someone listening for hope. Then he disappeared around the hedge before the door opened. He He did it again the next day and the next, not always to the same door. Sometimes the loaf waited where an old man kept a garden that had grown too large for his strength. Sometimes the cloth lay warm on the stoop of a house where the blinds stayed shut too long. Jonas didn't choose by pity. He chose by the nudge you feel when prayer becomes a map. He left no notes, only bread and the scent of kindness. After a while, people began to tell stories in the market. It was there when I woke. It tasted like memory. It made the house feel less empty. No one said his name. He preferred it that way. It wasn't shyness. It was reverence. When daily bread arrives, you don't ask the hand first. You thank the giver. The seasons turned. Spring wrote green inscriptions along the hedges. Summer spilled light into every open window. Autumn hung its lanterns of gold. Winter threw lace across the panes. Jonas baked. The cat kept counsel. The bell chimed its quiet replies to the wind. On a certain evening, the church bell tolled slower than usual. A funeral. Jonas paused with his hands in dough and let the sound pass through him. He remembered the woman, Agnes, a school teacher with a blue scarf, and the way she once said, "God hides strength in small places." He folded the dough as if he were tucking a prayer into it. Then he baked a small round loaf laced with rosemary and left it on the pew she used to favour, beside 3 roses someone had set there before him. One autumn, a storm bruised the sky, and the river kitchen whispered of floods. Jonas baked through the night while rain plucked at the roof like an anxious musician. He had stacked bags of flour along the wall like a choir of pale monks. When the power hiccuped and sighed, the fire in his oven held like a stubborn kindness. By morning, he had 6 extra loaves cooling on the counter. He wrapped them and walked out, boots speaking with the puddles, leaving warm circles of mercy at doors where the storm had knocked too loudly. "Who keeps doing this?" the shopkeeper's wife asked, not demanding an answer so much as offering gratitude a shape to sit in. Jonas just smiled at his cat and brushed flour from his sleeves. Then came the winter when his own strength thinned. It did not announce itself with drama. It arrived like fog, quiet everywhere. The stairs grew taller, the dough felt heavier. Some mornings, he had to sit while the kettle learned to boil, his breath coming gently, as if it didn't want to disturb him. He told no one, not from pride, but from habit. You lean on the counter, you finish the batch, you whisper the prayer. Yet early one dawn, halfway between folding and proofing, a grey veil passed before his eyes. He sat. The cat jumped from the sill and placed a paw on his knee like a small, furry amen. "All right," Jonas said to the air. "Not today." The oven waited. The dough waited. He laid a cloth over the bowl like a blessing and turned the sign on the door to closed. When the town woke, something felt missing. A note absent from the chord they like to call morning. By noon, 3 customers had tapped the glass and frowned at the quiet. By evening, a child pressed his nose to the pane and looked for the cat. Word travels best along concern. Before sunset, the vicar stood at Jonas's door with a basket under his arm. Behind him hovered 2 neighbours who had borrowed his ladder and his sugar in years past. The door opened slowly. Jonas smiled, sheepish, the way a man smiles when caught being mortal. "I'm all right," he said, "just slower." The vicar lifted the cloth from the basket. The smell reached the doorway first, warm, clean, unmistakable. "Bread?" Jonas laughed softly. "For me?" "For you," the vicar nodded. "From many ovens we were tutored." He stepped aside to let them in. They filled his little kitchen with the gentle noise of friendship. Chairs pulled close, cups set down, water finding a boil. Someone trimmed a wick and set a lamp near the photograph of Elise. The cat, a faithful extrovert, accepted worship from every hand. They told him of the mornings when doors opened on warm cloth and steam, of new courage found in crust and crumb, of Thanksgiving that had learned to speak with butter and jam. They did not say, "We knew it was you." They said, "We learned what you taught us." They left before night climbed the hill. On the table remained 3 loaves, one dark with rye, one braided and shiny, as if it had learned to keep the light, one round as a bell. Jonas broke the braided loaf, and the crust cracked like quiet laughter. He ate with both gratitude and surprise, as if discovering that mercy tastes the same even when it is your turn to receive. For a few weeks the town practiced a new rhythm. Jonas baked when he could. On other mornings, baskets appeared on his step as if dawn itself had been shopping. He slept more. He watched the cat dream. He kept a chair for Elise beside the lamp and said her name without breaking. On the first day his strength returned like a shy guest. He rose before the light and stood a while in the doorway. The street wore its shawl of blue again. He could smell the river and the first match of someone's stove. He whispered, "Thank you," to the frost. In the quiet kitchen, he kneaded slowly, blessing each fold. One for the widow near the field, one for the man whose son had gone far, one for the girl who had begun to walk with a cane and a smile. He shaped the dough into small rounds and pressed his thumb lightly into each center, a tiny well to catch butter or hope. When the loaves cooled, he wrapped them in cloths white as first snow. He took the long way around the square, past the church where the bell was always learning how to say peace, past the bench where Agnes's roses sometimes rested, past the parsonage window where a quiet lamp kept watch. At each step, he left bread the way a man leaves footprints, soft, sure, unafraid to be ordinary. Before returning, he stopped at his own door and set one loaf on his own step. He knocked once and waited, smiling at the foolishness of it. The cat, ever liturgical, meowed from inside. Jonas picked up the bread and carried it in, accepting what his life had been trying to teach him. We are all each other's doorstep. That evening, the sky learned pink and gold. The bell rang, not loud, just faithful. Jonas sat at his table with a slice still warm, butter making its quiet shining. He thought of manna, of morning mercies, of the prayer that had kept his hands honest through all these years. He didn't look for Elise in the chair beside him. He felt her in the crust's crackle, in the way the house exhaled after the first bite, in the simple truth that love is a recipe you never finish. Outside, footsteps paused at his door, hesitant, hopeful. He rose, opened and found a young man holding a basket as if it were an apology. "For you," the young man said, "in case you ever need a day off." Jonas laughed. The sound surprised them both. He took the basket and placed his old flour-dusted hand over the young one for a moment longer than politeness required. "Tomorrow," Jonas said, "come early. I'll show you how to listen for the dough." The young man nodded, something bright and careful in his eyes. When he left, the street gathered itself for night. Jonas set the basket on the table, trimmed the lamp, and wrote 4 words on a scrap he tucked beneath the cloth. Take, eat, be loved. And somewhere beyond the hill, where the river kept the town's secrets and the wind braided the smell of wood smoke with the promise of frost, an unseen hand blessed a simple circuit, bread on a doorstep, strength in a tired heart and a quiet lesson passing from palm to palm until it tasted like home. Daily bread is not only what we make, it is what we quietly leave and what we humbly receive. In God's economy, Every doorstep can become an altar. The chair by the window. There was a small house at the end of Elm Street, half hidden behind a lilac hedge that bloomed too eagerly every spring. If you passed by in the late afternoon, you might have noticed a wooden chair by the window, always in the same spot, always turned slightly toward the light as if someone had just risen or was just about to sit. It had belonged to Mr. Hollis. For 57 years, he'd sat there every evening with a cup of tea cooling slowly beside him, watching the world finish its day. His wife, Mary, used to knit near the fireplace, humming half-forgotten hymns that still lingered in the walls of perfume. After she passed, he kept her chair exactly as she'd left it. A folded shawl across the back, a book of psalms with a pressed violet between its pages, and he died. Neighbours worried for him at first. He was kind, but quiet. His children lived far away. He rarely went out except for church on Sundays and his slow walks to the market. But those who knew him well understood. The chair by the window wasn't about loneliness. It was about keeping watch. The same way one might keep a lamp burning for someone who will one day come home. Each evening, as the light softened, he would pull the chair close, sit down with a sigh that was half prayer, and let the day unfold before him. The street was ordinary, children racing bicycles, the postman whistling, a neighbour trimming roses. But through his eyes, each moment shimmered a little, as if he could still see the unseen hand behind everything. Sometimes he spoke aloud, softly, as though to someone sitting just beyond the edge of the light. "Mary," he'd say, "the lilacs came early this year." Or, "You'd laugh to see what Mrs. Peterson's cat did again." Then, after a pause, "The Lord's been good today." You'd say the same. The years drifted by like leaves on a slow river. The chair grew smooth where his hands had rested. The window glass developed the faint ripples of age, bending the light into gentler shapes. And though time took its steady toll on his strength, it never took his small rituals. The tea, the watching, the quiet thanks whispered to the fading sky. One winter evening, a boy from next door came knocking. His name was Daniel, 8 years old, all elbows and wonder. "Mr. Hollis," he said, "why do you always sit there? My mum says you don't do much anymore." Hollis smiled, not unkindly. "Ah, but I do more than you think. I'm practicing the art of noticing." "Noticing what?" "The miracles that hide in plain sight," Hollis said, gesturing toward the window. "See that light on the snow? Or how the chimney smoke rises straight before it bends? Some people wait for God to shout. I think he often whispers." Daniel frowned, trying to listen. All he could hear was the tick of the clock and the far hum of traffic. But then, very faintly, the sound of church bells floated through the dusk, soft as breathing. The boy looked up. "I hear it," Mr. Hollis nodded. "That's him, reminding us we're not alone in the quiet." After that evening, Daniel began stopping by more often. Sometimes he brought his homework, sometimes just questions. Hollis answered most with stories about the house, about Mary, about the way the light changes on rainy afternoons. Once, when Daniel came in crying after losing his dog, Hollis didn't speak at all. He simply patted the chair beside him and let the boy sit there until his tears turned to silence. Time, as it does, kept on. The seasons turned their slow wheel. The lilacs bloomed, faded, and bloomed again. Mr. Hollis grew thinner, his steps slower, but the spark in his eyes still burned like candlelight. Then one spring, he didn't come to church. When the vicar and a few neighbours stopped by, they found him sitting peacefully in the chair by the window. His Bible was open on his lap. His glasses rested on the page, and outside, the lilacs had begun to open, their fragrance spilling into the room like a benediction. The vicar bowed his head. "He saw the sunrise from a better window," he said softly. In the days that followed, the house was quiet. The chair remained where it had always been. People walking by would glance up at the window and feel something. Not sorrow exactly, but reverence. The kind that reminds you that holiness sometimes lives in the smallest corners. Daniel came one afternoon, now taller, his hands jammed awkwardly into his pockets. He stood by the chair a long time before sitting down. The wood was still warm from the sun. Through the glass he could see the street alive with its little miracles. A robin hopping along the fence, a child's kite snagged in a tree, the shimmer of rain far away. He whispered, "I see it, Mr. Hollis. I see it now." A tear found its way down his cheek, though he didn't brush it away. He looked around the room, the two chairs, the shawl, the cup still on the shelf, and thought how strange it was that love could linger so clearly in a place after the body had gone. He visited often after that, tending to the house with the help of the vicar. He kept the chairs by the window exactly as they were. Sometimes he brought his little sister and told her stories about the man who listened to the light. On evenings when the sky burned gold, they'd sit side by side in the fading glow, cups of cocoa cooling between them. Years later, when Daniel himself had grey in his hair and his children were grown, people noticed that the chair by his own window was turned slightly toward the light, just like Mr. Hollis's had been. He said it was for reading, but those who knew him best could tell he was watching the same way his old friend had watched, for the quiet miracles God leaves on ordinary days. And sometimes, at the soft edge of sunset, a passerby could swear they saw a faint shimmer in the glass, as though an unseen figure sat just behind the curtain, smiling out at the world he'd made, whispering, "Keep watching, you're never alone by the window." Some chairs are not just furniture, they are altars of remembrance. In every home where love once sat and prayed, light still finds the window. The lighthouse keeper. The lighthouse stood on the edge of the cliff like an old guardian watching over the restless sea. By day it was nothing more than a tall white tower, plain and steady against the horizon. But at night it became a living thing, its light circling through darkness, cutting waves and fog, calling out softly to every soul still searching for home. Eamon had tended the lighthouse for nearly 40 years. Each dawn he woke before the gulls, boiled water for tea, swept the salt dust from the stairs and oiled the gears that kept the great lens turning. Every motion was familiar, almost sacred. He often thought that routine itself could be a kind of prayer, the way a heart keeps beating simply because it knows it must. When the weather was calm, he'd climb the spiral staircase to the top, step out onto the narrow balcony, and rest his hand on the cold railing. From there, the whole bay stretched beneath him, silver ribbons of light rippling where the sun touched water. He would nod toward the horizon and whisper, "Thank you, Lord. The sea is kind today." Eamon's home was small, just a bed, a wooden table, a shelf with a Bible worn thin by salt air, and a radio that only worked when it pleased. On the wall hung a black and white photograph of his wife and daughter beside a fishing boat. The boat had never returned from a storm long ago. He didn't dust the photo. He only laid his hand on the frame each morning. Grief had softened into something quieter. Not the roar of waves, but their gentle breathing after the tide goes out. Every evening, the foghorn hummed like a low hymn. Eamon checked the oil, the wicks, the clockwork. Then, as the sky deepened, He lit the lamp and watched the first arc of light sweep the dark. Only then would he go below to pour his tea, the steady pulse of the lamp above him marking time like a beating heart. Some nights were peaceful, soft winds, steady stars, the sound of the sea breathing in its sleep. Others came wild and furious. When storms rolled in, black and heavy, Eamon moved like a soldier at his post. He fastened the shutters, checked the ropes, and climbed back up the tower. Rain hammered the glass. The whole structure trembled, yet the light never faltered. He pressed his palm to the warm lens and prayed, "Let it shine, Lord. Someone out there needs this light tonight." And somewhere out there, ships were indeed watching, searching for that faithful rhythm, counting the seconds between flashes, steering by its comfort. Eamon never saw their faces, but he felt their need. He knew his job was not to still the storm, but to make sure hope could be seen through it. One night, through a thick fog, he spotted a faint red light blinking too low on the water. A distress flare, he thought. He took his handheld beacon, sent 3 long signals into the mist, then turned the radio dial until a panicked voice broke through the static. "We're lost in the fog. Can't find the channel. Engine failing." Eamon answered calmly. "Count 3 sweeps of my light and turn north by the brightest star. Hold steady. You'll hear the horn." He stayed by the window, blowing the hand horn every few seconds, his heartbeat keeping the rhythm. Minutes crawled by like hours. Then, through the fog, the shape of a fishing boat appeared. Battered but safe. The young captain looked up and saw him on the balcony, one hand still on the horn, the other raised, in greeting. Neither man spoke, but their shared gesture said everything. "I see you. I'm alive." The next morning, when the sun came up clean and cold, a basket waited at the lighthouse door. Fresh bread, a few fish, and a note. "Without your light, we would have become part of the sea's silence." Eamon smiled and slipped the note into his Bible beside the verse. "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." Years turned like tides. The sea took and gave as it always had. One spring, a young apprentice came from the harbour, a boy named Rory, quick and curious, eager to learn the trade. He asked, "Don't you get lonely up here, sir?" Eamon chuckled. "Lonely? Sometimes, but solitude is not the same as emptiness. The wind talks, the waves answer, and the light keeps me company. That's enough." He taught Rory everything: how to polish the lens until it sang, how to hear the difference between a calm wind and a warning one, how to pray before lighting the lamp. "You don't just tend the light," he said. "You join it." When the evenings grew cool, they sat together listening to the crackle of the radio, sipping soup, trading quiet stories. Rory didn't realize those hours were lessons, not about lighthouses, but about life, how faith is built on small, steady duties done without applause. Winter came with a whisper of snow. Eamon's steps slowed. The climb grew harder. He wrote a note and tucked it into the drawer beneath the cleaning cloth. "If I cannot light the lamp, remember, the cycle is 12 seconds. Keep the glass clear, oil to the second mark, vent the east shutter, and pray before pressing the switch. Light needs a peaceful heart." On the first morning of snow, he woke early, boiled tea, and stood at the window a long while. The world outside was silent, the sea a sheet of silver mist. He climbed the stairs once more, slower than ever, and set the lamp burning. When the first beam swept the water, he sat down on the small wooden stool by the gears, closed his eyes, and exhaled. They found him there later, the Bible open on his lap, his finger resting on the line. "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. The lamp above him was still turning, steady as breath. At his funeral, the church bell rang slow and sure. Fishermen stood bareheaded in the wind, eyes bright with salt. Rory, now grown, held the old man's note in his hand. That night, he climbed the tower alone. He cleaned the lens, checked the oil, said the prayer, and pressed the switch. The beam rose once more, sweeping the sea like a ribbon of gold. The radio crackled with the captain's voice. "Light steady tonight. Thank you, station." Rory didn't answer right away. He laid his hand against the warm glass and whispered, "I'm here." The years went on. The sea kept its secrets. The light kept turning. Sometimes when the fog thickened, villagers looked toward the cliff and said, "The light's still strong tonight." They rarely mentioned Eamon's name, not because they'd forgotten, but because the light itself had become his voice. On calm nights, Rory brewed 2 cups of tea and set one beside the empty stool. The wind would slip through the door and brush his sleeve, a soft, salt-sweet touch, like an old friend coming in from the cold. And when storms returned, as they always do, Rory climbed the stairs without fear. He knew now what the old man had meant. Faith does not banish darkness, it teaches you to keep the light turning. Before leaving the tower one night, he wrote in the logbook, "Light steady, wind northeast, heart at peace." Outside, the waves spoke their endless language, patient, rhythmic, eternal. Above them, the beam turned, sewing the torn edges of the night together with light. And somewhere beyond the horizon, perhaps on another shore, a voice familiar as wind might have whispered, "Keep the rhythm, son. The light will do the rest." Faith doesn't end the storm. It keeps the lamp burning until the sea remembers the way home. The Bell Keeper. At the end of a cobblestone hill stood an old stone church, grey with age, its steeple reaching shyly into the morning mist. And from its tower just before sunrise came the sound that woke the town each day, low, measured and kind. Bong, bong, bong. That sound was Marta's voice to the world. She lived in a tiny room beneath the tower, its window facing east so the first light would always find her. On her table sat a worn teapot, a Bible with a sprig of lavender pressed between its pages, and a small notebook bound with fraying cloth. Inside, her handwriting wove quietly through the days, baptism dates, wedding bells, the anniversaries of those who had gone to rest. Every entry looked like a prayer dressed as a sentence. She had not always been the bell keeper. Years ago, when her husband passed away, she began sitting alone in the last pew of the church, a handkerchief folded in her lap. When the previous keeper retired, the priest asked who might take his place. Marta simply rose and said, "I live nearby, and I wake early." And so she began, a duty no one forced on her but one her heart had already chosen. Each morning before dawn, she would light her small lamp, pour tea just warm enough to hold, pull on her wool coat, and climb the narrow spiral of wooden stairs. The steps creaked beneath her like gentle reminders of the years. The tower smelled of rope, dust, and sea wind that wandered in from the valley below. Halfway up, she always stopped and placed her hand on one cracked stone, her 14th step. She once told a child, "Lightning struck the tower there long ago, but the bell still rang afterward. That's why I touch it. It means, go on, you're still here." When she reached the platform, she would open the small shutter that faced the town. The roofs lay below like folded paper in the fog. The baker's chimney breathed the first smoke of the day. Somewhere, A curtain stirred. Somewhere else, a baby cried. And Marta, with hands that trembled slightly but never wavered, would take the thick rope between her palms and whisper, "Lord, let this sound find the ones who need it most. Let it comfort the lonely, wake the weary, and remind each soul that you are still near." Then she would pull. The bell moved like a heart learning to breathe. Its sound rolled through the streets, down the market lane, across the riverbank where fishermen were tying their nets. Windows opened. The old man who mended shoes looked up and smiled. The woman sweeping her porch paused, her broom resting against her shoulder. A boy with a satchel of bread broke one in half and left the rest by a door. The bell didn't command. It invited. To some it said rise, to others rest. To Marta it always said remember. When the echoes faded, she sat on a low stool by the tower window. Her tea by then was cold, but she drank it anyway, as though to honour its patience. The mornings were never the same, yet all were holy in their simplicity. Sometimes a boy named Luca came to visit, a child with restless legs and bright eyes who loved the stairs more than the service. The first time he appeared, he carried a pocket full of marbles and curiosity. "Doesn't the bell get tired?" he asked. Marta smiled. "Only when the person pulling it forgets to listen." "Listen to what?" "To the space between the rings. That's where God's hand rests." From then on, Luca learned to listen. He sat cross-legged near the rope, eyes closed, counting the small silences that followed each note. Those moments, soft as breath, became his favourite sound. Seasons turned. The vines along the church wall browned, then greened again. Marta's hands stiffened in the cold. Her strength lessened, but her resolve never did. She began ringing slower, gentler, leaving longer pauses between chimes so the town could truly hear. People said, "The bell sounds warmer this year." They didn't know that warmth came from love measured against time. When the first snow came, the priest brought her a new electric switch. "To make things easier," he said. She thanked him kindly, but that evening she placed it in a drawer and returned to her rope. "One day," she murmured, "it will ring without me, but not tonight." The next morning the bell called the dawn as always, its voice deep and sure. Bong, bong. From her window, Marta watched the fog drift like folded linen down the hill. The world felt tender again, just for a while. A week later, Luca climbed to the tower early, his steps echoing. He found her sitting by the window, eyes closed, her hands resting on her open notebook. The teapot still steamed faintly. She looked as though she had simply paused mid-breath, listening one last time to the silence she had so faithfully tended. Pinned to the page beside her cup was a note in her neat, uneven script. "To whoever keeps the bell next, leave space between the rings. Do not rush to save anyone with sound alone. Just tap gently on the sky so that the hearts below remember their names." That afternoon, the bell rang again. Luca, now taller, pulled the rope with steady hands. He left a pause wide enough for sunlight to fit through. The sound rolled over rooftops and fields and found every quiet corner that had ever loved her. In time, he too grew older. He learned to keep the same rituals. 2 cups of tea each morning, one steaming, one waiting beside a notebook. Before every ring, he touched the cracked 14th stone and whispered the same words she had once spoken. "Go on, you're still here." When spring returned, the vines along the church wall bloomed with small blue flowers that swayed like tiny bells in the wind. On clear mornings, their gentle rustle joined the great bronze voice above, blending into one tender chorus that carried across the town. and if you stood beneath the tower at noon, eyes closed, you could almost hear, just beneath the deep notes and soft air, another faint, familiar sound, the breath of a woman who had learned how to make silence holy. Faith is not only in the sound we make, it is in the quiet we leave between, for in that stillness God speaks the rest of the sentence. The silent orchard. The orchard began where the lane forgot its own name, a low valley stitched with rows of trees, each row like a hymn in green. In spring, blossoms gathered there like breath on glass. In summer, shade pooled at the roots, and the grass held the print of birds' feet. In autumn, the trees loosened their grip, and the ground became a quilt of gold. In winter, everything stood as simple as bone. Evelyn kept the orchard. She rose while the sky was still learning how to be blue. The kettle clicked once, the small kitchen filled with the soft scent of tea and lemon peel. She tied her hair with a faded ribbon, pulled on her old boots and stepped outside where the air carried a faint sweetness, not of fruit yet, but of promise. Her cottage sat at the edge of the rose, a square of stone with a slate roof and a porch that leaned as though listening. On the porch railing hung a coil of wire, a pruning saw, a pair of gloves patched at the thumb, and 3 bells made from the necks of broken bottles. When the wind shifted, those glass bells sounded like rain forgiving the earth. The orchard had been her father's before it was hers, and his mother's before his. She kept their habits the way you keep a family story, not as a rule, but as a kindness to the past. Walk slowly, her father had taught, so the trees have time to speak. So she did. She touched the bark with her palm. She bent to study a leaf. She scraped away a little moss to see what colour the wood held beneath. She carried a small notebook where she wrote things that would not matter to anyone else. Row 3, tree 7, singing better after rain, or young graft takes heart if you hum while tying. There was a place near the middle, a slight rise, where she liked to pause. From there the orchard opened like a book. If the morning was cool enough, a ribbon of mist would wind through the lower rows, and dew clung to the webs like pearls the spiders had left behind by mistake. She would breathe in and out, and the valley breathed with her. Not every tree thrived. Some carried old wounds, a lightning scar, a winter split, a graft that never took. Her job was not to scold them into fruitfulness, but to tend what strength remained. She pruned in winter, when the sap rested in the roots and the branches could bear honesty. She cut back what crossed and crowded. She left what reached for light. Small piles of twigs gathered at her feet like the discarded words of a conversation that had finally found clarity. Pruning doesn't punish, she whispered once, as if the trees needed permission to trust her hands. It makes room. When she came to the oldest row, she moved more slowly. Those trunks were thick as a grandfather's wrists, their bark patterned like maps of rivers that had long since changed course. If she found a wounded limb, she cleaned it gently, brushed away the blackened bits, and sealed the edge with paste. When there was nothing more she could do, she did not hurry away. She rested her hand on the trunk and stayed. Staying, she'd learned, is a way of saying I will not abandon you to your ache. In late winter she grafted. She cut a clean diagonal on the young scion, slid it beneath the bark of the older tree, and wrapped the union with careful cloth. The trees seemed to hold their breath. So did she. Grafting is a slow kind of hope, patient and practical. You bind 2 lives together, you wait, you water, you watch. You don't explain to a branch how to belong. You simply keep the wound clean and the ties gentle. The neighbours teased that Evelyn talked to her trees. In truth, she mostly listened. The orchard had its own speech, a rustle that meant thirst, a creak that meant ice, a hush that meant birds had landed near. When a storm threatened, she walked the rows with string and stakes, tying new growth so it would not snap. When the wind blew hard enough to make the bottle bells on the porch sing wide, she set a lantern in the kitchen window for anyone driving the lane. The light fell across the first row like a warm hand. One year, late frost came after the blossoms, and white petals lay on the ground like a wedding neglected. The valley turned quiet in a way that worried even the stones. Evelyn walked the rows and did not pretend. "We'll have less this year," she told the trees. "But having less does not mean we are less." She loosened the soil around their roots to let the ground release what cold it could. She spread compost. She prayed the kind of prayer that has no sound, only breath. Summer arrived without its usual abundance, yet the orchard did not sulk. It worked at being alive in smaller ways. Bees still stitched their gold paths. A robin nested where branches crossed like a gentle argument. Children from the village wandered the lane and left with pockets full of windfall, dappled, bruised and perfect in their imperfection. Evelyn wrote in her notebook, "Hunger teaches the tongue new gratitude." On Sundays, the church bell beyond the hill reached the valley like a bowl of sound turned over. She used to go often. Lately she went less, not from neglect, but because the orchard itself had become a kind of sanctuary. She would stand where the rows ran straight as verses, fold her hands in the old way, and let the breeze turn the pages. When the sermon finished in town, the bottle bells on her porch gave a small amen. In autumn, fruit arrived like quiet apologies, not the heavy harvest of remembered years, but enough, more than enough once placed in kind hands. She brought baskets to the bakery and the school, left sacks on porches where a widow lived, or where a crib had recently been carried in. She kept a bowl by her gate with a hand-lettered sign, "Take what you will, leave what you can." Sometimes people left coins, sometimes they left a poem on a torn envelope. Once, someone left a small wooden cross carved from an old branch. She tied it with twine above the kitchen door. The first snow came soft, as if it had walked, not fallen. The orchard drew itself up into stillness, every twig a thin prayer. Evelyn hung sweat for the birds and scattered seed where the grass remembered being warm. She mended gloves, sharpened knives, and cleaned the teeth of her saw with a toothbrush. In the evenings, she sat near the stove and read the notebook aloud to the steam. Memory is a way of blessing the ground you'll walk again. One morning in that long blue month between Christmas and spring, she woke before the world and could not fall back to sleep. A wind prowled at the windows. The roof answered in little clicks. She rose, wrapped in her father's old coat, and stepped outside. Stars trembled above the hills like tiny lamps refusing to go out. She stood at the rise and waited, the orchard black and beautiful around her. In the east, the thin edge of dawn opened like a cut that doesn't hurt yet. Evelyn closed her eyes. Behind her lids, the valley glowed the way fields do in memory. She heard a branch release a last bit of ice. She heard a fox step on the crusted snow and change its mind. She heard very faintly the sound of sap beginning, beneath the bark, beneath the wound paste and the cloth ties, a shy lifting, a going forward. "Thank you," she whispered, her breath briefly visible, then nothing at all. For the work no one sees. When spring finally came, it did not rush. It walked the rows with barefoot patience, laying down green like a careful quilt. The grafts took, the old wounds held. Blossoms opened small and brave. The bottle bells tinkled. The bees answered. Evelyn set a ladder against the youngest tree and touched a new leaf with a fingertip as if greeting a child waking from a nap. Visitors who came later that year said the fruit tasted unusually sweet. Some swore there was honey in it. Evelyn only smiled. She knew the flavour had been borrowed from frost and patience, from small kindnesses offered in cold months when nothing seemed to move. On the last evening of harvest, she left one apple on each tree, a red bead in the branches. Her grandmother had taught her that. For the birds, for the poor in spirit, and for the sake of not taking everything. She walked home along the lane in the dust of her own footsteps, carrying a basket that did not feel any lighter for the empty spaces, because gratitude itself has weight. Before sleep, she wrote a final note for the day. The orchard bears what it bears. My task is to keep a peaceful root and a faithful knife. Then she set the notebook down, and the room grew quiet enough to hear snow thinking of returning, rain considering its journey, and the trees outside breathing in the dark, unhurried, unafraid, alive. Pruning does not punish. It makes room. In the seasons when fruit is small, God is growing sweeter sap. The bench by the river. There was a wooden bench beneath the old willow tree by the river, grey with age, its paint long washed away by rain and time. Every morning, the mist rose off the water like breath from something still dreaming. The bench always faced east, toward the light, though no one could say who had placed it there. Perhaps it had been waiting for someone all along. For as long as anyone could remember, Mr. Alden came there every day. He was a tall man once, but age had folded him slightly like paper softened by handling. His coat was worn at the elbows, his hat tilted in a way that made him seem both humble and content. He carried a thermos of tea and a pocketful of crumbs for the ducks that gathered near the reeds. He sat in silence, watching the current carry leaves and sunlight downstream. Some days, he brought a small Bible, the kind with frayed edges and underlined verses that had travelled through many seasons. Other days, he brought nothing at all, just himself, his breath, and the hum of the water moving endlessly toward the sea. Children who played nearby often asked, "Why do you sit here so long, Mr. Alden?" He would smile and answer softly, "Because this is where time slows down enough to listen." No one quite understood, but they liked his voice, calm, like wind through dry grass. The children would throw pebbles, race along the bank, then run home, leaving him alone again with the willow's shade and the river's low hymn. He had not always been alone. Long ago, he used to come with his wife, Clara. She loved the river, said it reminded her of Grace, always moving, always finding a way. On warm afternoons, she'd rest her head on his shoulder and say, "Promise me, if I go first, you'll still come here. I don't want the river to feel lonely." She passed in early spring, when the snow still held its breath in the hills. He kept his promise. At first the silence was heavy, an ache that settled deep in the bones. The river seemed indifferent. The world moved on as if it hadn't noticed her absence. He came anyway. He sat, poured her half of the tea and whispered into the mist, "You're still here, I think." Just quieter. In those early months he prayed often. Not the bold kind of prayers that demand, but the weary kind that simply unfold. Lord, hold her. Hold me too. There were no visions, no booming replies, only the sound of water brushing against the stones. And yet, over time, that sound began to feel like an answer, steady, patient, unchanging. He realized faith was less about hearing back and more about staying long enough to recognize the tone of love in the silence. Seasons passed. In summer, dragonflies skimmed the surface of the river, their wings catching light like bits of glass. In autumn, the willow shed its gold, and the river carried the leaves away like quiet confessions. In winter, the bench wore a thin frost, and Alden sat wrapped in his old wool blanket, steam rising from his cup, the ducks huddled at his boots. People thought it strange that he kept coming, but he no longer felt bound by reason. He came because the river was the one thing that did not demand anything of him. It only mirrored whatever he brought. When he was lonely, it seemed to hum with sympathy. When he was grateful, it sparkled with laughter. When he had nothing left to say, it still spoke of continuity. Once a young pastor from town stopped by, noticing the old man through the fog. "Mr. Alden," he said gently, "don't you ever get tired of waiting?" Alden smiled, eyes on the horizon. "Waiting? I'm not waiting. I'm keeping company." The pastor tilted his head. "With who?" "With whoever shows up," Alden said, tapping his heart. "Sometimes it's God, sometimes it's memory. Most days, I can't tell the difference." The pastor didn't argue. He sat beside him for a while. They said nothing, but after a few minutes he understood why the old man returned. There was peace here that no sermon could produce. A peace born from simply being in the presence of what endures. Years drifted by like the river's tide. The bench aged, and so did Alden. The once smooth wood became rough beneath his hands, the way skin remembers work and tenderness at once. His eyesight dimmed. His hearing grew soft, but he still recognized the rhythm of water against stone. That rhythm, he thought, was how God whispered, "Still here, still here." Then, one morning, when the fog hung especially low, a fisherman rowing upstream noticed the old man sitting with his thermos in hand, his hat tipped forward. The fisherman called out a greeting but received no reply. He approached quietly. Mr. Alden's eyes were closed, his expression calm, like someone who had finally caught up with the song he'd been listening to all along. The bench remained. The next day, townsfolk found the thermos half full and the crumbs untouched. They left flowers there for weeks. Then someone carved into the wood, not his name, not dates, only these words: "He kept company." Years later, when new families came to town, they too found the bench. Some sat to rest, others to think. Children fed the ducks, without knowing why it felt so right to do so. Lovers carved their initials on the old slats. The willow kept watch. The river kept singing. One spring evening, as the sunset bled gold into the current, a young woman sat there alone, her hands trembling around a letter she could not finish. She looked up at the slow turning light on the water and whispered, "Are you there?" The river replied with its usual calm, no words, just motion. But somehow her breathing slowed. The tightness in her chest loosened. She folded the letter, tore it into small pieces, and let them drift away. Each piece glowed briefly before vanishing into the current. She smiled through tears. "You're right," she said softly to no one in particular. "Some things don't need to be fixed, just felt." From that day on, she visited often, and every time she came, she brought a thermos of tea and poured 2 cups, one for herself, one for whoever might be listening. In the evening, when the light bent low across the river and the willow's branches whispered their benediction, a person walking by might see her sitting there, eyes closed, lips moving silently, Not asking, not pleading, simply keeping company. And maybe, just maybe, if they listened closely, they'd hear two sets of breaths beneath the rustle of the leaves, one new, one old, breathing the same peace into the same air, as the river went on carrying the world's unfinished prayers toward the sea. Faith is not about finding answers. It is about staying long enough to hear the silence turn kind. The quiet storm. The sky had been holding its breath all afternoon. You could feel it in the weight of the air, in the way the sparrows flew low, in how the wind kept circling without direction, restless, uncertain, like someone pacing in prayer. By evening the first drops fell, slow and deliberate, darkening the dust one circle at a time. Eleanor sat by her window, listening. She'd always loved the sound of rain, but this time it came with a heaviness she couldn't name. For weeks her heart had been troubled, not with fear, but with a kind of aching quiet that refused to explain itself. She prayed every night, but her words felt thin, like leaves in water. She read the Psalms, but even David's cries sounded distant. The God she loved had not gone silent, she knew, but perhaps had turned to speaking in a tone she no longer recognized. Outside, the storm gathered. The trees bent low, bowing as if in reverence. Thunder rolled softly over the hills, not angry, more like the sound of an enormous heartbeat somewhere behind the clouds. The air smelled of wet earth and clean beginnings. She lit a candle, though the power had not yet gone out. It flickered beside her Bible, its light trembling over the verse she had left open that morning. Be still and know that I am God. She traced the words with her fingertip. Be still. It was not an instruction she found easy. She was a woman who had built her peace through motion, tending gardens, baking bread, visiting neighbors, comforting others. Stillness made her feel exposed, like a room where all the furniture had been taken away. But now, life itself had slowed her. Her husband's memory had grown faint in the house. Her children lived cities away, and the mirror told her that the face she woke with each morning had learned the language of time. She sighed. The candle fluttered as if answering. Lord, she whispered, I don't know what you're doing, but I know you're still here. Help me to sit with the not knowing. The storm pressed closer. Rain struck the windows in diagonal streaks, and the old willow in the yard swayed in great arcs, its branches like arms lifted toward heaven. Yet amid the wind's wild chorus, there was a strange gentleness, as though the world was being washed, not punished. She remembered something her grandmother used to say. Storms aren't sent to break us, dear, but to give the root something to hold against. That memory made her smile, the small, inward kind that lights the face from within. She moved to the porch, wrapped in her shawl, and sat in the rocking chair facing the storm. Lightning flashed, revealing the garden below, the stone path slick and glistening, the rose bushes bowing beneath the downpour, and the little bird bath overflowing, its edges trembling with ripples. Every part of creation seemed to know how to surrender except her. The roses bent, the willow bowed, even the sky emptied itself without hesitation. So she tried to. She closed her eyes and let the rain touch her skin, cold and honest. Her lips moved in a prayer without words. For a long time that was all. No revelation, no divine voice cutting through thunder, just rain on skin, breath in lungs, and the steady rhythm of something larger than her carrying on. Then she felt it. Not an answer, but a release. The tightness in her chest loosened. Her shoulders dropped. She began to cry, though she didn't know why. It wasn't sorrow exactly, more like the body finally exhaling after holding back for years. Through her tears, she whispered, "All right then, I'll stop trying to fix the rain." It sounded small, but it was a surrender long in the making, an acceptance that peace isn't always calm skies, but sometimes learning to stand inside the storm and call it holy. The thunder softened as if in reply. The rain's rhythm slowed to a lullaby, tapping gently on the roof, on the railing, on her open palms. The wind cooled. The candle inside still burned, a small, stubborn star in the dark. When dawn came, it was pale and clean. Mist clung to the yard like silk. Birds returned, tentative but bright, as if rehearsing joy. Eleanor stepped barefoot into the damp grass, her shawl still draped over her shoulders. The air smelled new. Water clung to every leaf, making the garden sparkle like a promise renewed. She walked to the willow, touched its dripping bark and whispered, "You stood through it too." The tree gave no sign, but she felt its quiet strength beneath her hand. She smiled, tilting her face toward the clouds, now breaking open to sunlight. "We made it," she said softly. Back inside, she poured tea, sat near the candle, still faintly glowing, and wrote in her journal, "The Lord did not calm the storm tonight. He calmed the woman in the storm." The simplicity of the line brought a peace no sermon ever had. She sipped her tea slowly, savouring its warmth, her fingers wrapped around the cup like roots around soil. Through the window, light spilled over everything that had endured the night. The bench, the roses, the wet stones, the trembling leaves. And somewhere beyond the edges of sight, she sensed the divine, not as distance, but as presence. Quiet, patient, vast, the kind that does not need to speak to be understood. That evening, when clouds gathered again in the far horizon, she did not worry. She simply lit another candle and whispered the same small prayer she had learned in the heart of the storm. "Be still within me, Lord, and I will be still within you." Outside, thunder murmured faintly like someone praying far away, but inside all was steady, a peace that did not depend on the weather. Sometimes God doesn't hush the storm, He hushes the heart inside it. That's the miracle we often miss because it sounds like silence. The homecoming light. In the front window of a small slate-roofed cottage on Alder Lane, a lamp glowed each evening as faithfully as the tide. It was an old brass thing with a milky glass chimney, polished by years of careful hands, set upon a lace runner that had outlived 3 mantles and a generation of stories. At dusk, before the first star confessed itself, the lamp would bloom into a steady amber circle. Anyone walking the lane could rely on it the way travellers trust the North Star, not to move, not to boast, only to be. The lamp belonged to Miriam. She was the sort of woman whose steps learned the knots of the floor long ago. Her hair, silver as frost, she wore in a soft coil. Her voice carried the calm of someone who had escorted many sorrows to the Lord and watched them return as gentleness. Each evening she opened the sash, let the air taste of wood smoke and elderflower, and struck the match with the same small prayer she had spoken since her girlhood. Light for the late, peace for the far, mercy for the turning. Her father had taught her that. In the years when storms smudged the horizon and men rowed against rain to bring boats in, he set a lantern in the window so no one mistook the house for sleep. "A lamp," he'd say, setting the wick, "isn't a search party. It's a welcome." Miriam kept the habit after he passed, and after her mother, and later after her husband Thomas took ill and quietly stepped over the threshold between breaths. The lamp remained an ember of belonging. Neighbours teased kindly that the cottage was the lane's heartbeat. The postman said he checked his watch by its first glow. A baker stacking morning loaves swore he could still feel the warmth of last night's light in his palms. Children walking home from rehearsal liked to race each other to the corner just to catch the moment the window went from mirror to hearth. The house was modest. A kettle that sighed to itself, a clock that leaned into the hour before speaking it, a rug braided from dresses no one wore anymore. On the table sat a wooden box of postcards, some written to Miriam, many not. She collected the unclaimed ones from the post office, little orphans of ink, and prayed for the names she did not know. Every message reaches someone, she'd murmur, tucking a card of sea cliffs beneath a ribbon. One autumn, the town carried a private heaviness. Work had thinned. News travelled with sharp edges. A boy downriver had not come home when the river rose. Even the swallows seemed to fly lower. Miriam did not alter her routine. She brewed tea, folded a second cup's worth into a thermos for whoever knocked, and lit the lamp earlier, just enough so night never arrived alone. On a Wednesday, rinsed by mist, she found a letter on the stoop, damp at the corners. Ink bled into the paper like a bruise in water. No stamp, no return. Simply, for the window lady. Inside were 6 lines, careful and plain. I walk late because I'm not ready to go home. I pass your light, and it asks nothing of me. Sometimes I think I hear my name in it. If it's not too much, please keep it lit a while longer. I don't know how to turn back yet. Thank you for not demanding that I hurry. Miriam pressed the paper to her chest and closed her eyes, not to dramatize, but to bless the space where grief had spoken honestly. She set the letter beneath the lamp's base, and that night trimmed the wick until the flame stood small and steady, the exact size a weary heart could approach without flinching. The days shortened. Wind rattled the hedge in a language only branches speak. Miriam made soup, the kind that humbles bitterness with time, and set extra bowls on the shelf. When footsteps slowed outside, she did not peer or pry. The light did the inviting. Some evenings no one came. On others, a widow brought a jar and left with broth. A teacher paused, shoulders lifted toward warmth, and exhaled as if setting down an invisible satchel. Once, a young man stood beyond the gate for a long, trembling minute, then walked on. Miriam did not call after him. Not all turning happens out loud. One snow-bright evening, the bell at the church rang a slow, round hour. Miriam lit the lamp and kept a chair by the window, her hands wrapped around a quiet cup. Across the lane, a lone figure appeared, a woman in a navy coat, hat pulled low, moving like someone learning how to enter a room again. She paused at the gate, fingers on the latch, gathered herself and knocked. "Please," Miriam said, opening the door before the second knock. "Come into the light." They didn't trade histories at once. Names took their time. The woman, Anna, held the cup with both hands and watched steam rise as if reading it. Her story surfaced the way a harbour appears from fog, not all at once but in faithful inches. A broken promise, a father she had not called in years, a place at the table she had surrendered by stubbornness and fear. "I keep walking," she said, eyes shining without spilling, "but the path feels like a circle I can't step out of." Miriam listened the way winter listens for sap's first stir beneath bark. When Anna finished, they sat with the good weight of silence. The lamp purred. The clock waited its turn. From the shelf, Miriam took an old key on a ribbon, the spare from her father's days, and placed it on the table between them. "This house," she said, "is where people practice arriving. You may come and sit by the window as long as it takes, until the word home stops sounding like a loss and starts sounding like a promise. Anna didn't weep. She breathed as if the wind around her had changed directions. After a while, she smiled, a small thing, honest as bread, and asked, "Will you keep the lamp?" "As long as night remembers to come," Miriam said. From then, Anna passed most evenings by the window. Sometimes they spoke of cabbages and recipes and how to darn a stubborn heel. Sometimes they spoke of nothing at all. Once a week she wrote a letter and did not mail it, folding courage into sentences until the paper felt ready to walk on its own. When she was too tired for prayer, Miriam prayed like someone handing a warm shawl across a pew. Not many words, just presence. Snow melted into street music. Crocuses rehearsed themselves along the churchyard. On a rain-clean morning, Anna stood, buttoned her navy coat, and held the phone as if it were a bird she might release. "It's time," she said. Miriam nodded, opened the window so the lamp's light touched the lane, and set the second cup near the sill. The call was short. A father's voice, age cracked, then softened, then lifted. A date was chosen, a meal described. A pause, then a laugh that remembered itself. Anna ended the call and simply leaned her forehead against the cool glass. The light touched her skin. The room smelled of lemon oil and hope. "Thank you," she whispered, not just to Miriam, but to the lamp, to the habit, to the unhurried mercy that had made room for turning. Miriam reached across, rested a hand over Anna's and said the only benediction necessary. "Welcome back to the road." Wordless goodness spread. Others noticed the window more keenly. A nurse walking home from late shift. A man who had been too proud to accept help. A child who had nightmares until she discovered the lamp hid no monsters, only shadows that forgot themselves in brightness. The cottage became what it had always been, a sign more than a place. One evening near Pentecost, the wind frisked the hedges and scattered the smell of bread through the lane. Miriam struck the match and found her fingers slower. The flame kissed the wick, the glow wore its halo. She sat and let the light warm the bones in her face. On the wall hung her father's lantern, retired but ready. She smiled toward it. We kept watch, you and I. Later that summer, when Miriam's own breath grew thin and the doctor spoke kindly words, Anna took the habit without ceremony. At dusk, she wiped the glass, trimmed the wick, and set the lamp in the same square of window where a whole town had learned what welcome looks like. The first night she did it alone. A child outside clapped softly as if the curtain had lifted on a beloved play. Anna laughed through tears, whispering the old prayer with a new steadiness. Light for the late, peace for the far, mercy for the turning. And if you pass Alder Lane at the right hour, you'll see it, the little square of gold holding open the evening, teaching the dark to be kind. Perhaps you will pause, hand on the gate, unsure whether to enter. You don't need to. The lamp is not a summons. It is permission. Permission to stop punishing yourself for wandering. Permission to begin again without spectacle. Permission to call what you love by its true name and let it answer. Because light, the real sort, is not a searchlight that interrogates. It is a homecoming flame, small enough to approach, steady enough to trust, bright enough to write forgiveness by. And in that glow, if you listen, you may hear a voice older than houses and newer than dawn, saying in the language of welcome, I have left the window open for you. God's light does not chase you down. It waits in the window until you turn, and then it walks you the rest of the way home. The table at the edge of evening. Evening came the way good music ends, softly and with room to breathe after. In the parish hall behind the stone church, a long pine table waited under a row of low lamps. The grain of the wood shone like a river in lamplight. Someone had laid simple plates, mismatched on purpose so no one's memories felt out of place. A pot of stew rested on a woven mat, humming to itself. A loaf of bread, dark crusted and freckled with flour, sat cooling near the window where dusk pressed its quiet face to the glass. It was Anna who set the extra chair. She did it the way Miriam had taught her, slid it in from the side, not the head, so that whoever came would not feel announced, only welcomed. She tucked a folded napkin beneath the spoon, smoothed the linen with the back of her fingers and whispered without thinking, "For the late, for the far, for the turning." The door opened and the first guests arrived, as if the evening had carried them by hand. Evelyn from the orchard came with a basket of apples that had kept their October sweetness as a secret through winter. The skin shone with a patient light. She placed the basket down and patted it, the way one reassures a faithful animal. "For afters," she said, and her voice was the colour of warm wood. Luca followed, shoulders a little broader, palms still remembering rope. He placed a small brass bell on the table, Marta's pocket bell, polished and shy. "To call grace," he said. He looked younger than his duties and older than his years. Both were true. Mrs. Green from across the lane brought a jar of pickled beets the colour of sunset when it blushes. A widower arrived with 2 spoons wrapped in a handkerchief. The school custodian, coat smelling faintly of chalk and winter air, came with a pie that had cracked in one place and cooled itself into a kind of honesty. Nobody apologised for anything. The hall filled with a comfortable shuffle, the sound of chairs thinking about legs, of coats remembering hooks, of hands greeting hands. Steam lifted from the stew, butter softened its square edges on a little plate. The lamp glass fogged and cleared with its own steady breath. No one was in charge, not really. The priest wandered in and out carrying water and not speaking unless spoken to. Someone sliced the bread. The first slice went to the extra plate without ceremony. The second was passed leftward. Passing leftward is its own kind of liturgy. It teaches the hand to trust the neighbour it can't see yet. Before they sat, Luca rang Marta's bell. It made a sound small and round, like a prayer that had taken off its shoes. Chairs drew in, palms rested on pine, heads bowed in that human way that makes a roof out of the air. "Bless, O Lord, what you have already made good," the priest said. And then, perhaps because he had learned something from the bench by the river, he let the silence finish the sentence. Forks waited, hearts listened. The quiet did its slow work. They ate without hurry. The stew tasted like winter undone. Bread gave way with a soft sigh. Butter spread like forgiveness, nothing flashy, everything necessary. A thread of laughter mended itself from one end of the table to the other. Stories began without introductions and ended without conclusions. They were simply set down between the salt and the apples for anyone who needed a bite. "Frost took the blossoms last year," Evelyn said, spoon pausing in mid-air. Yet the trees learned a sweetness they hadn't known. No one demanded a lesson of her sentence, but some felt their shoulders ease as if something low inside had been given permission to live. "I thought I had to ring louder," Luca confessed, looking at the bell, "but it turns out I had to leave room." He didn't explain what for, everyone understood. Anna kept refilling the extra glass with water, as if thirst might arrive late. She did it without looking at the door, but a kind of looking stirred in her anyway, the sort that knows its work is welcome, not proof. When the hinge finally whispered and the door moved a hand's width, no one turned their heads. The room simply breathed a little deeper to make space. A man stepped in, not young, not old, travelling light in the manner of someone who had finally left what did not love him. He stood by the doorway long enough that his doubt showed its whole face, and then, seeing it hadn't frightened anyone, stepped forward. Anna did not rise, she did not announce. She slid the extra plate a quiet inch toward him and tapped the chair with one finger as if waking a small, polite animal. He sat. They passed him bread. He took too little and then enough. His first spoonful of stew made his eyes close. When he opened them again, something defensive had loosened around the edges. "I haven't earned this," he said to no one in particular. Mrs. Green handed him the beets and said, "That's not how supper works." Everyone laughed the kind of laugh that does not point. Later, when the bowl rounded the table again, he reached for it with steady hands. He looked toward the window's dark pane and caught the reflection of the lamp Miriam used to keep, a square of steady gold in the glass of his own eyes. He did not cry, not exactly. He breathed as if the night around him had agreed to be kind. The priest rose to tend the stove. On the mantel above it, a small frame held a scrap of paper in a slanted hand. "Leave space between the rings," someone had written beneath it, smaller still, and between the bites. It was not an instruction, it was a remembering. As plates emptied into contentment, the room changed key. Conversations returned to a lower register that made listening easy. A woman at the far end took from her pocket a folded letter with no stamp. She did not read it aloud. She laid it under the butter plate for a moment like dough under a cloth, let it rise in the heat of togetherness, then returned it to her coat a shade lighter. The kettle hissed its amen. Tea went round, apples were quartered, cores placed in a bowl for the robins who visited the sill at morning. Someone told the story of the night the river rose and the bench did not leave its post. Another spoke of a lamp that keeps time better than any clock because it knows what people take to find their way back. When the pie appeared, its crack looked like a road on a map. The priest cut through it without apology and handed the first piece to the guest who had come late. He took it with both hands. "Thank you," he said, voice light and astonished, as if the word itself had just been invented. By the time chairs eased back and plates held only good shadows, the lamps had shaded the corners into rest. The door, opened for a moment to let night air through, brought the smell of rain about to remember itself. The bell on the table caught a draught and chimed of its own accord. One small note, enough to gather stray thoughts. They cleared as they had eaten, together and without urgency. Napkins folded into squares like simple prayers. Spoons found their companions. The extra chair was not put away. It stayed where it was, a sentence deliberately unfinished. Evelyn left the apple cores by the sill. Luca wiped the table with a cloth that had known many spills and forgiven them all. At the threshold, hands found hands without needing names. Blessings were exchanged in the language of sleeves tugged straight, scarves retied, hats pressed gently down. No one asked, "Will you come again?" The table had already asked and answered. Anna lingered to lower the lamps. In the near dark, the room held the warmth of a shawl someone had just been wearing. She set the bell where the light would find it tomorrow, touched the extra chair's back as one might greet a faithful dog, and whispered, for those who had come and those not ready yet, light for the late, peace for the far, mercy for the turning. Outside the churchyard listened. The willow near the river moved its long arms as if to bless the roof. somewhere down the lane, a window remembered its duty and blossomed with a small, steady fire, and the table, bare now, quiet, luminous with crumbs, kept the shape of what had rested on it: bread, elbows, confessions, laughter, and the unhurried kindness of God, who feeds his people not with thunder, but with the ordinary miracle of enough. Grace does not rush to the head of the table. It waits in the extra chair, and when you sit, it passes you bread as if you had always belonged. The night blessing. Night came tenderly, as if it had been walking behind us all day, untying knots we didn't know we'd made. Windows along the lane grew warm one by one, small constellations set at human height. The river lowered its voice until it sounded like a mother's hum through a wall. Even the church bell, polished by many hands and seasons of grief and gratitude, kept quiet. Its silence felt like a hand on the shoulder. Rest now. Anna stood in the doorway of the parish hall and watched the last lamps go down. The long table, cleared, wiped, and left with only a clean cloth and a single apple, held the memory of supper the way a shell holds the seal. She placed the apple beside Marta's small bell. The room smelled faintly of bread, soap, and the part of laughter that lingers after people have gone. Outside, the willow by the river draped its green arms over the bench like a shawl. Somewhere in the orchard, branches rearranged themselves in the dark, making room for sap to travel its secret paths. On Alder Lane, the homecoming lamp burned in its square of glass, steady as breath. Anna drew her coat tighter and walked home under a sky pricked with patient stars. The hush did not feel empty. It felt inhabited by everything that had learned how to love without noise. When she passed Miriam's window, she paused, as was now her habit, and whispered the old prayer with the new steadiness it had gifted her. Light for the late, peace for the far, mercy for the turning. The lamp answered not with words, but with warmth against the glass that touched her cheek like a blessing. At her own door, she set the key softly in the bowl and left her shoes side by side, 2 small boats moored for the night. She warmed a cup of milk and added honey the colour of autumn. She did not hurry. The kettle gave a tiny sigh she recognised as contentment. On the table lay the letters she had never mailed. She touched them, not to reopen wounds, but to thank them for the courage they had trained into her hand. Before sleep, she opened the window a little to let the river sound come in and set the room to the right key. Then she lit a stub of candle and placed it on the sill, not as a signal to anyone far off, but as a quiet way of saying to her own heart, "You may come home too." The flame moved once, twice, and then stood. She sat on the edge of the bed, palms up the way trees hold sky, and prayed a prayer so simple it could fit between breaths. Lord of gentle weather and mended tables, bless the ones who kept me company today, the hands that passed bread, the lamp that waited, the river that carried what I could not. Gather what is scattered in me, quiet what is loud, and lift what is tired. Teach me to sleep inside your keeping. From the shelf, she took the notebook that had followed her through the quiet storm of recent months. On the new page, she wrote, "It is enough tonight to be held by all that has proven faithful." She closed the book and let the sentence keep the room. Across town, others were settling the day in similar ways. Evelyn set her pruning knife on a folded cloth and left 1 apple on the windowsill for the morning's first bird. She checked the graft she'd bound last week. It looked ordinary, which is how miracles wear their best clothes. "Rest," she told the tree, and it did. Luca climbed the tower stairs and touched the cracked 14th stone. "Go on, you're still here." There would be no ringing at this hour. The town had already closed its eyes. He stood by the shutter anyway and listened to the long breath of roofs and lanes and hedges. "Thank you for the spaces between the rings," he said to the night, and the night agreed by doing nothing loudly. At the cottage on Alder Lane, the lamp kept its post. Anna had insisted on taking the duty for a time, but the light belonged now to everyone who had learned its lesson. Welcome is a flame that does not interrogate. In the chair beside the window, the spare ribboned key waited like a promise. Somewhere farther down, a child turned in sleep, convinced without being told that the dark knew her name. When midnight loosened the streets into deeper quiet, the church door clicked once and opened. The priest, who sometimes walked in the small hours to let God finish the homily the day had begun, stepped in and sat at the back. He said no words. He didn't have to. The nave held prayers like a harbour holds boats, tide rocking, resting. He thought of the table, the orchard, the bench, the lamp, the bell. He thought of how grace had circulated through the town, not as a flood, but as 1,000 small streams of ordinary mercy. And he smiled, because this is always how the sea is reached. He lit one votive and left it before the icon of the Good Shepherd, the one who knows how to find sheep in weather and in wandering. The little flame stood beside the shepherd's painted eyes like a pupil dilating to welcome light. "Keep watch," the priest whispered, and stepped back into the breathing dark. Near dawn, night thinned to a deep shade of blue that remembers being water. A single bird tried a note in the hedgerow and, finding no objection, tried too. Windows brightened with the least possible effort. The river changed keys again, choosing a higher kindness. Mist walked the lane in its bare feet and left no prints. Anna woke before the clock and did not try to hold on to sleep. She let it go the way you let a guest depart through a door you will hold open again soon. In the kitchen, steam rose from the kettle like the simplest hallelujah. She buttered a heel of yesterday's bread and gave thanks that it still had work to do. Then she wrapped her scarf and stepped outside for the slow favourite walk that every morning was learning to be. The bench by the river wore its usual dew-bright polish. She sat. The willow breathed. On the far bank, the first light touched the water and the water gave it back enlarged. She remembered Mr. Alden, the man who had taught a town that waiting could be another name for keeping company, and she placed a small packet of crumbs where the ducks would find them without hurry. "Good morning," she said to the river, and the river, never offended by being mistaken for God, said good morning back in the only language it knows, continuity. She opened her notebook and wrote the sentence that would end the chapter not as a door slamming but as a hand resting. "I have learned to leave space. Space between bell strokes and replies, space between pruning and fruit, space between a light in a window and the courage to turn, space at the table for the late, the far, the returning, space in prayer where God speaks by being with us." Then, because endings need a small ceremony, she stood and faced the town that had become a woven thing, names and places crossing like strong twine. She lifted her hand and blessed, not with the authority of a priest, but with the native right of every soul that has been carried. Peace on your kitchens and the stoves that teach forgiveness. Peace on your doorways and the hinges that learn patience. Peace on your orchards, on the cuts that will become sweetness. Peace on your lamps and on the windows that practice welcome. Peace on your bells, on the silences between the ringing. Peace on your benches and on the rivers that carry what we release. Peace on your tables, where enough becomes a miracle. She did not say amen. She let the morning say it for her. Behind her, the church bell began its day with a note warm and round. Luca had left more room than usual between the chimes. and in that tender interval the town heard what it needed, the soft footfall of God passing through ordinary rooms. The sound moved over the roofs, into the alleys, across the fields, waking bread, loosening shoulders, turning faces toward windows they had forgotten could glow. Anna walked back along Alder Lane. She paused at Miriam's house and, for no reason except gratitude, placed the spare key back on its hook. Inside, the lamp breathed its little fire. "Thank you for waiting," she whispered, and the glass kept her reflection for a heartbeat longer than necessary, as if to say, "Remember yourself kindly." When she reached her own door, she turned once more to look down the road. Light lay softly on everything: benches, branches, thresholds, hands. The town did not appear changed, and yet everything felt returned to its right size. Even her heart, which had once demanded thunder, was content with dew. She entered the quiet house and let the door find its latch. The day would call for many small obediences: letters to answer, floors to sweep, someone to visit, someone to forgive. She felt ready, not because she had become stronger, but because she had become softer where strength begins. And you, who have walked with her through these evenings and storms and suppers, receive this last gift, a night blessing for every night that follows. May your room learn the language of rest. May your worries grow drowsy in the presence of a kindly lamp. May the river near you, whether water or memory, carry off what you cannot keep. May the orchard within you trust its pruning and wake to sweetness. May the bell of your heart ring gently, leaving space for God to answer. May an extra chair live in your kindness, ready for the late and the far. May you be kept, not by your grip on God, but by God's hand on you. Now close your eyes. The night will keep watch. The light is in the window. The table will be set again. And in the hush between one breath and the next, the one who loves you more than words will lean close and whisper the oldest promise: I am with you. Endings in God's country are only rooms where peace turns down the covers and waits for morning.